So just tell me when we're live streaming.
We're live.
We're live, okay. Hi everyone. At this point I'd like to call to order the monthly meeting of the Hollis Brookline Cooperative School Board on Wednesday, February 10th at 6:03 p.m. I'm going to read through something into the minutes and then I'll probably have to read it one more time later on. So good evening and welcome. Tonight we are holding our monthly board meeting and a required public hearing to listen to 4 petition warrant articles that were submitted to the SAU. On February 2nd, we held a joint session with the HB Hollis Brookline Cooperative Budget Committee where we reviewed the warrant articles that were submitted by the school board and the BudCom, as well as 1 petition warrant article that was submitted earlier in this process. Tonight we'll be taking public comment at 2 different points in the evening. First, during our board meeting, that public input will need to pertain to the items on the board meeting agenda, but not the items on the public hearing agenda. As per our agenda, we will be recessing that meeting and we will conduct the public hearing on the petition warrant articles. We will read each article and we'll take public comment on each article before we close that article to public comment. After the public hearing has closed, we will then resume our co-op board meeting, and as per our agenda, the board will vote on each warrant article. This will include voting on all of the articles that were heard on February 2nd, as well as the 4 additional petition warrant articles that are being heard tonight. We have posted the public hearing on Zoom and expect that most members of the public will be participating on Zoom. We will also be holding a public hearing tomorrow night, February 11th, on Zoom to meet the requirement of holding a meeting in Brookline. We will be going over some special Zoom rules before we Zoom and go over the rules related to public input. And we'll probably review this one more time before the public hearing when people are present on Zoom. This public meeting is an in-person public meeting, and we are live streaming it. So, everybody get that? Mm-hmm. Okay. So at this point, I'd like to appoint a process observer. Beth, would you like to do that? I kind of just, sure. You were here first. Sure. So first come, first. And then are there any agenda adjustments?
Just the first point, just that Brian would not be able to attend tonight, so I will cover the administrative reports. And the second is I received a call today from the presenter. I had incorrectly put the petition article as diversity, equity, and inclusion. I was informed that the article should be titled racial discrimination. So that's how they're going to be introducing it, and I just wanted you to be aware of that, and that was my error because there was nothing provided with it when it originally came in.
Thank you. Okay. All right, great. Hi, Tom. Welcome. Okay, hold on one second. Okay, at this point we need to approve some minutes. I need to make a motion to accept as amended the minutes from January 20th, 2021 with the following amendments. Page 10, line 11, replace no with known. Page 11, line 27, delete what was. I need a motion. So moved by Krista, and I need a second.
Second.
By Cindy. Are there any discussion points on this?
The second correction
Did I read it wrong?
that you added, I don't understand what it is with or without it.
The page 11, line 27, delete what was?
Yeah.
I didn't add that.
I said you read it.
I read it. I don't know. I didn't look to see what that correction does.
Does anybody know what that? Okay.
Can we keep it in there, or would you like
Well,
me
it's
to
just
take that correction out?
it's hard to figure out what the sentence means. So I'm wondering if the correction is correct.
Is there anybody who made that correction? I assume Dawn probably corrected.
I had another one, but not that. I was going to look for it, though.
So, well, at this point, can we approve them with this correction? I assume Dawn made them, so maybe she was the person who saw that she made her own mistake.
I understand that, but if that's the case, she made that correction based on what she thought she heard in the transmission. So it's just,
okay.
With that correction, I still, with or without the correction, I'm not sure what that sentence means. So I'm just wondering if it's really correct. That's all.
Okay.
I'm pointing that out. I'm not going to hold up approval.
Okay, great. Thanks. So can we take a vote on, yes, Beth?
Can I just add one other?
Sure.
It's page 15, line 42, and it's changed the word coaches to athletics. It's actually something that I shared and spoke about, and it's not accurate. So
Okay,
I just wanted
so change the word, okay,
to-
so,
Coaches to athletics.
so that's another amendment that's being offered. Page 15, line 42, change coaches to athletics.
Yes.
Okay, so all in favor? Any opposed? Okay, so motion passes 6-0. Okay, I need a motion to accept the minutes from the first non-public
So moved.
and the second non-public from January 20th, 2021. Moved by Krista,
Second.
seconded by Cindy.
Have we
Oh,
seen them?
Cindy moved it.
Cindy and
Beth, second.
Cindy moved. And Krista, I thought I saw them. Did we see
They
them?
weren't linked.
Beth seconded. Seconded. Did we see these
I just
minutes?
asked.
I thought we saw these minutes, but now I
There were
can't.
public, there were, I don't know if there were,
They weren't linked. in
Okay,
the-
how about we do this then? Can we table this and just do this next month? Okay, so make a motion to table. Can we take, do we have a motion on the floor, so do we have to
It's
pull
both,
that?
it's both non-public.
Both non-public. So you would like, why don't we table that?
Well, if other people have seen them and can vote
No,
on
I
it, fine.
can't recall if I saw them. So I know I read the minutes, but I don't remember the public minutes, and I don't have the capacity to look for them right now. Non-public minutes. So if we'd like to just table this, we can do this next month. It's not really a big deal.
Make a
Everyone-
motion
Fine
to
with
table
me.
the minutes from the public minutes until the next board
Okay,
meeting.
The
Cindy's tabling
non-public
them.
minutes.
Okay, Cindy makes a motion, second?
Second.
Second, Beth. All in favor of tabling the minutes? Great. 6-0. Great, so that, we will make sure we have them next month. I'd rather us be clear that we have them than they're in draft, so they'll be fine for another month. Okay. At this point, we have nominations, resignations, and correspondence.
Yeah, I wanted to provide the board an update regarding February break. If I had to make the decision today, the co-op district would be remote the week after break, which would be March 1st to the 5th. It would be returning on the 10th, which is the Wednesday. We would have Monday and Tuesday would be remote. The 9th is already scheduled for a remote day because of voting. And I just wanted to give you a few pieces why it is that way right now. I've been working closely with Rick and Tim, and it really comes down to staffing. We are experiencing right now 5 maternity leaves and 3 pending. So what's happened is many of my long-term subs that started with us in the beginning of the year in one role have now become permanent teachers because of these maternity leaves. In some cases, we've been able to hire staff. In other cases, the pool isn't really there. When our college students went back to school, we really had a severe impact at the middle school. A number of them were doing duty for us, which would free up other options. So our sub pool has really started to shrink. The other piece we're experiencing is because some of the other districts are now starting to open, they're realizing that some of their teachers will not be able to come back. So they've put out ads for long-term teaching positions. And some of our staff are certified, have been working as subs, and this is an opportunity for them to, A, get a pay increase, B, also get experience, which will allow them to eventually get a teaching job. So I really can't get upset with them for looking to better themselves. Then finally, we've had a number of instances where staff have had to quarantine, not because of necessarily things that have happened on our campus or anything to do with Hollis Brookline, but their children maybe has it, or their husband or wife has come home from work and is COVID positive, and now they're forced to go into quarantine. At the co-op, it's slightly easier because we are 100% room and Zoom. So I think when I look at that period of education, as much as I don't want to go remote again, I think it's probably the best way to deliver instruction for that short period of time. I don't envision this potentially having to happen again in April because we are rolling out the vaccine. We are working with our teachers who do want to get the vaccine, but it's just a matter of when we can get them scheduled and when we can get them moving forward. Now, if everything goes well, there'll be a rollout at the beginning of March. This actually being remote may help us because then a teacher could post that they are taking a couple hours and they're going to get their vaccine, so we're not covering for them in the building, which is going to be very difficult. We're on a very fine margin. There are a number of times where we have multiple classes in the cafeteria, in the gymnasiums. So that's where we're leading today. We plan to let families know definitely by the end of this week. Bob and Gina and I have a discussion scheduled on that topic. But I just wanted to let you know it's a very, very difficult decision. I agree that there is a social, emotional piece that students benefit so much from being in person. And we don't want to have it be a long remote period, but we don't envision that period being too long. And I don't see any way around this. This may, by going remote at the co-op, allow us to keep our elementary districts open because I can take some of the substitutes that would be assigned here and move them into the elementaries. I'm still working on that with the elementary principals. And I'd happily take any questions around that. Excellent.
Any questions? No?
Super. Thank you.
Anything else?
Not on that?
So no other nominations, resignations, or correspondence. Okay. So at this point, we're in the agenda. We're moving to public input at 6:15. Public input tonight during our board meeting, as I stated earlier, is specific to items on our agenda. That would be related to our calendar, our articles of agreement, and the board meeting date, not related to our petition warrant article. The public comment for that will be taken during the public hearing. So with that being said, the general rules of public input are that it's intended for the public to comment on specific agenda items. We accept public comment during the public input portion of the meeting. Once the chair has opened the floor for public input, input is restricted to Hollis and Brookline residents of voting age. Exceptions may be made for the administration or others as necessary for clarification. We need you to state your name and address, address your statements to the board chair, and if you have any questions, those should be directed to the board chair, and we ask that you keep them to 2 minutes and be respectful. At this point, I'm going to open the floor for public input on the board agenda.
I'm the only public here, so I'm going to talk. Tiffany Testo, 101 Moore Hill Road, and I just want to speak in support of the faculty and the decision to go remote for a week. I am unbelievably gracious for this district and everything that everyone is doing, and I think that it's a really fair compromise. I don't worry about the social, emotional aspect of our kids for a week in comparison to what others are going through. It's just, we're in a really good place, so it's a good compromise, and I think it's fair.
Thank you.
That's all.
Thank you. Seeing no other public for public input for the board meeting portion of the evening, I will be closing public input. Thank you. At this point, we'll move to the next item on our agenda, which is the principal and athletic reports, and that is going to be covered by our superintendent. Oh, I didn't introduce everybody, so that's okay.
I'm going to start with the middle school. Tim Grisone provided me his report, and I'd like to just highlight a couple of things. Math Counts is up and holding their weekly meetings. This has been great, and they just have recently held their first competition on February 5th and 6th. If you went down to the gymnasium right now, you'd see the latest middle school invention, which is modified air hockey. It really is remarkable. You know, if you give children an opportunity to create, they come up with some amazing things, and this is something the PE department with their students worked on, and it really has been a big hit, and it's really a social distance, but at the same time a fun experiment for the kids. The debate club has recently begun remotely, and this just gives us another opportunity to provide those extracurriculars and connections for kids, which is so critical during this pandemic. Tim wanted me to congratulate, and I apologize if I pronounced the name wrong, Ava Imbrogio. She was the Daughters of the American Revolution essay winner, and she'll be moving on to the state competition, and we wish her the best and thank her for her time and effort on that. Tim wanted me to just make you aware of a couple personnel updates. We welcome back Melanie Madden. Melanie had retired. As you know, we're experiencing some staffing difficulties, so Melanie has graciously rejoined us and will be with us to the end of the year, working in our special education department. And Mr. Mike Roulette. Mike had been one of our long-term subs, and in this case, we stole them ourselves. So that's why our sub pool keeps getting smaller. But Mike is taking over in the PE department for the foreseeable future. And we thank them both and welcome them both aboard. Tim also wanted me to note that we're looking for a full-time custodian, which again is another one of those staffing issues that we're working around as we try to stay in person. February 22nd through the 26th is February vacation. There is no school. And March 9th is voting, and it's a remote learning day for all students across the SAU. Moving on to the high school, Principal Bonds wanted to let everybody know that we've finished the first semester. And I think back when we sat here in July and August and went through the debates about opening school, we never knew if we'd ever be able to see that date. And we are one of the few high schools, or schools for that matter, in New Hampshire or New England that is in person 5 days a week. So I want to thank the staff. The student body has been fantastic, and it's just gone very, very well, and we're very pleased with that. We have a fun week for the high school students coming up. The Spirit Week will occur the week before vacation. That's always a fun time as part of our annual traditions. And Student Council, working with the administration, has put forth a very good week, meeting the social guidelines and balancing all of those issues. We were notified recently that we had received an award for our AP Computer Science. It was a Female Diversity Award. A number of years ago, there was a concern about the lack of female representation in AP Computer Science. Our staff member took it upon herself to really go out and start to recruit young ladies. Our assistant superintendent ran some different programs with other schools to really promote young women in the sciences, and we're very proud that we've received that award. The Scholastic Writing Contest winner, went to Megan McLaughlin, class of 21. She is having her piece titled An Outstanding Hand, will be published in the Middle School Voices 2021 edition. So we congratulate her and wish her luck. And we have begun course selection for grades 9 through 11. That opened on February 9th. Tomorrow night, there is a Zoom session for 8th grade parents. So that's why we sent out the notice letting parents in Brookline and Hollis know that they could participate tonight if they weren't able to do the public hearing tomorrow night because of that conflict. I would love to avoid the conflict, but this time of year, there just simply is not enough dates. So I thank everybody for their understanding. The portal for current 8th grade students will open up on February 11th. On the athletic report by Brian Bumpus, pretty much we are needed and ready for the spring. We have a couple coaching hires. The Hollis Brookline Girls Lacrosse assistant coach will be Allie Bushman, and the Hollis Brookline Middle School Girls Lacrosse will be Stephen Stark. We have some openings that are detailed there by Brian. He also provided you the overview regarding the spring athletics. Athletics has gone really well. I'd like to thank Brian and Lon Rupp for all their efforts, along with our coaches and our athletes, to make that happen. Basically, the protocols for the spring are the same that have served us for the winter and the fall. They're just adapted to the specific sports. There is a tier chart that tells us if they'll be playing varsity or interscholastic. whether it be an intramural program, whether it be skills development, and all of those are outlined in what takes place during each of those pieces. The only thing that we are considering that's new that I want to point out to the board is if the present trend continues and things continue to get better, it is very difficult to run intramurals at the middle school level, baseball versus baseball, just sheer volume and numbers. Excuse me. So it's our hope that if it goes well, we would reach out to Amherst and Milford, our two neighboring towns, during the last week of the season and kind of potentially let those middle schoolers play games in baseball, softball, and potentially track. But obviously that's a long way off, but we wanted to alert the board of that possibility. The intramural program at the middle school has gone extremely well, and we're very pleased with that. And I'll take any questions about any of the three board reports.
Are there any questions? I just want to comment that everything looks like it's going really well, and I was very happy to see such positive news coming out of all of our schools, but I'd like to highlight the middle school because it's really one of those places that's pretty special, and they've been doing a really great job. So I just wanted to kind of like bring that to people's attention, that it's kind of a great thing, our middle school. So, okay, that being said.
That concludes the principals and athletic reports.
All right. Oh. So, and we're a little early now, I think. We should probably wait 5 minutes.
Yep.
But I think what we could do is, could we start letting people in and give ourselves?
We cannot because his computer is going through an update.
Decided to update.
Okay.
Just give me 2.
So for the public at home, the board will be taking a recess and then starting a public hearing. So why don't we take the recess and then
Could we
we'll have
make
5
Gina
minutes.
present the calendar?
Do you want to do the HB?
She's her favorite thing to do, and she thought she was gonna get by doing
Oh,
it without me.
sure, we could move HB highlights up. Would we like to do that right now? What did you say, Liz? I'm sorry. I had Tom in one ear and you in the other. What did you say?
I suggested letting Gina present the calendar, because it's always her favorite, and she would love to limit my time to speak about
I
it.
don't think we're going to do it in 4 minutes.
I don't think we can do the calendar in 4 minutes.
Oh, that sounds like a
She would
challenge.
like to do the calendar.
Well, I know
Gina said she can't.
So how about we do this? How about we follow our agenda, but we take a recess, give ourselves a couple of minutes, and then we'll start letting people into Zoom. So I need a
I
motion.
tried, Gina.
I need a motion to recess until the conclusion of the public hearing on the citizens' petition warrant articles.
So moved.
Moved by Beth. I need a second.
Seconded by Tom over here.
Second by Tom?
Yeah.
Okay. It's really hard to see.
He's on Zoom.
See, okay. So, all in favor of taking a recess? 7-0. So we are in recess at 6:27. Now, the story is that we can't let people in yet?
We're going to be able to let people in
His computer restarted.
in about a minute. I can actually start letting people in anytime you want.
Okay, as soon as you're ready, you can let people in. Let me know, and then I will.
You're gonna
call
properly
I don't know, do I
identify
call
the-
this to order or just start it?
Yes,
I think
so
you could
everyone.
call to order will help people at home recognize the fact that we're doing that.
Holly, it
Yes.
might help if you take your mask off when you're talking. I know you don't want to, but it is a
Well, I
little.
don't want to, because I want to be like a responsible citizen, and I
You
don't.
are, but you can say, I just took my mask off while I'm talking, and you're doing a lot of talking, so. And we know you're responsible.
Yeah, and then
I
I'll.
know, I also don't want to get COVID either, and I know it doesn't protect me as much as it protects you from me, but I feel a little safer.
But no one's near you.
I don't know, that has a little baby over there.
Oh, please, I'll take 10 days.
I would love that too. That would be awesome.
Don't get near Gina.
Well, my son at Babson is in quarantine because a team member had it. So all his meals are delivered to his room. They call him once a day to make sure he doesn't have any needs. He sleeps, goes to classes, and watches TV.
Sounds very
Sign me up.
terrible. Yeah, sounds terrible. Okay, and are you going to
I will record, and then also, Gina, I need to make you co-host.
I'm co-host.
You are co-host, okay. And have we set security settings to disable?
Do we have to reset them?
Well, no, we don't, actually, we're good. So, yeah, security settings are in place. And then Holly, if you can just remind people to change their names.
Yep, I'm gonna do all that.
We have a
In
number of
second.
people in here that,
Right. Okay.
Like residents.
Do we have any
Caps? Okay, so it is 6:29. I'm going to call the public hearing to order. I want to say that due to COVID-19 coronavirus crisis, and in accordance with Governor Sununu's Emergency Order Number 12 pursuant to Executive Order 2020-04, this meeting is permitted to be conducted electronically. As stated in the notice, the hearing will be conducted electronically, and there is a Zoom link on the agenda for the public hearing. For those of you listening at home, we will be taking each petition warrant article up separately, and we will have an opportunity to comment on each warrant article. Once we close petition warrant article, did I say something else? No. Once we close the petition warrant article, we will then move on to the next one and close that. We will not be taking comment on the previous one. We're going to comment and close. Due to the circumstances relating to Zoom, we have a few protocols that need to be in place. First, prior to the beginning of the public hearing, I need all of the participants who are joining us by Zoom to ensure that their screen name is their first and last name. So please go in and change that now. Second, all participants will have their video and audio off. You will not be able to turn on your own video or audio unless granted that permission by the host, and the host will be able to mute you. We will not be granting permission to have any video on, and the video will not be allowed on. Participants wishing to be unmuted should raise their hand to be acknowledged by the board chair by using the Zoom raise hand feature. The host will alert the chair that your hand is raised. Once you're acknowledged, your audio will be turned on, but your video will remain disabled. And when you are done speaking, you will be muted. For the public input portion of each petition warrant article presentation, we are asking that input is restricted to Hollis and Brookline residents of voting age, unless we make an exception for an administrator to ask a question. We need you to state your name and address. Your statements are being made to the board chair, and you need to keep your comments directed towards the petition warrant article that's on the floor, if you will. Public input is not a question and answer opportunity. We will note your input and we will consider it. We are asking that you keep your comments to 2 minutes, and we'll let you know when you have reached that point, and we will mute you. So it is 2 minutes. I will say it's 2 minutes, and then we will mute you. So you will be aware that the 2 minutes have expired. There are
Holly,
some,
I'm going to give a 30-second warning too.
and Tom Solon, Vice Chair, will be timing comments, and he will give a 30-second warning. That's great. If you can manage that, more power to you. We have some of the petitioners have requested to present. They have been granted 5 minutes to present. They will have exactly 5 minutes. They will get a 30-second warning, and they too will be muted. All of those are the protocols that we've put in place to make this a meeting where everyone who wants to speak has an opportunity to speak, and everyone gets an opportunity to be heard. But we also have to respect everyone's time, and it's a Zoom meeting, and so we want to make sure that we're also incredibly safe in the content that gets put on the screen. So all screen sharing is going to be done from us. Have I covered everything? Is there anything that I'm missing?
Probably, but we don't know what it is.
Okay, do you think I've got it covered? Okay, so at this point, and I will be reading the petition warrant articles. I have one other thing that I want to say, I don't know if, but these are citizens petition warrant articles. These are not the board will take a position on these, but the board did not create these. So the words that I am reading are not coming from the board. They are coming from the citizens petition warrant article. So at this point, I will open the floor for petition warrant Article 1, which states, shall we adopt the provisions of RSA 32:5-B and implement a tax cap whereby the governing body, parentheses, or budget committee, on parentheses, shall not submit a recommended budget that increases the amount to be raised by local taxes based on the prior fiscal year's actual amount of local taxes raised by more than 4%. And at this point, I believe Mr. Power of Brookline is going to be doing a presentation. Is he there? As soon as he says beyond, as soon as we can hear him.
One second, I have to go through a pretty long list to find him.
We have to wait until he starts.
All right. Whoops.
Hello, this is Eric Power, 12 Westview Road, Brookline. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. I'm presenting this tax cap article on behalf of Hollis and Brookline voters. Next slide. This is just for reference. This is the petition warrant article. Note that it requires a 60% or 3/5 majority to pass. Next slide. For reference is this is the corresponding RSA for the tax cap and how it works. Next slide. So tax caps have been adopted by a number of towns and cities. I have them listed here so you can see that it's not a unique adoption of the RSA, including the Brookline School District has a tax cap currently as well. Next slide. So if you take a long-term view at the co-op from FY 2005 to FY 22 over 17 years, the co-op spending has been up over 79%. At the same time, the student population has been down 6%. So that equates to a student spending that's up 82% during those 17 years. And for comparison, the inflation from the CPIU is up just 37%, or about 1.8% annually. So we have co-op spending that's increasing at more than double the rate of inflation, which is a lot. And that's what the tax cap's going to help cure. Next slide. This is a graph showing the cost per student, which is basically the operating budget and all warrant articles divided by the number of students that particular year. And you can see we are down around $11,300 in 2005, and it's been growing rapidly. Especially in the past 3 years, we were at $18,200 roughly in FY 18 and 19, and now we've jumped way up, and we're going to be about $21,500 this year. So while inflation has been just about 37%, the cost per student has been up 82%. So we're more than doubling the rate of inflation in the co-op. Next slide. The co-op spending is, if you look at it, is really on an unsustainable trajectory. We've had a decreasing population, but we've had rapidly increasing spending. And what's even a little more alarming this year is that we're going to see very large tax rate increases for the co-op. These are numbers from the Budget Committee presented back on February 2nd. And this is going to be a tax increase of 15.5% for Hollis and 15.9% for Brookline. And I would think that most taxpayers in the co-op would agree that these kinds of increases are not sustainable. And a tax cap would prevent this sort of increase from happening automatically. Next slide. Here's a composite plot showing the bar graph showing the student population, and then the red line showing the operating budget, the budget we have for the co-op. And you can see in the last 3 years, inflation's been 4%, the students have been down 4%, but our budget is up over 13.3%. This is a problem. You can see in the NESDEC projections that the population is not expected to go up in the next 5 years for the whole co-op. So the budget should not be going up at this alarming rate. We have the 3rd year of our San Bernard's teachers contract that's hitting us this year, and then we also have, well, next year it'll be a San Bernardino increase, and we also have the turf field that we're paying for. Next slide. I would like taxpayers to consider, last year we had a 2% tax cap proposed. It got about almost 40% approval. It needs 60%. So this year, the citizens have decided to go for a 4% tax cap, which is way above any inflation we've seen in recent memory. 4% seems to be a very reasonable guardrail.
30 seconds.
It provides a reasonable and sustainable spending profile for the Hollis Brookline Co-op. So I would encourage all voters to support this tax cap for reasonable and sustainable spending for the Hollis Brookline Co-op. Thank you very much. I'm done.
Thank you, Mr. Power. At this point, is there anyone else raising their hand to comment? Do we have anyone else? I don't want to cut it off too soon because I want to make sure you can scroll through and see. I know there's no one out there.
There's one window.
Okay.
Oh,
She's good.
Cindy Riker.
Okay. Cindy?
Can I talk?
Yes, you may speak, Cindy.
Hi, this is Cindy Ryhard. I may have missed, I did miss, because I couldn't find the passcode, the very beginning. I'm just curious when we'll act, I'm assuming this is just being presented tonight and we'll vote on this at the annual meeting?
Yes.
Or when will these be voted on?
The intention is this to be voted on in our annual meeting, which is, we are hoping to be an in-person meeting that we are working on the schedule for. Tonight we'll be deciding the date, either April 10th or the 17th, or possibly an alternate date. But we'll be doing an outdoor,
All right, thank you.
in-person meeting.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, Cindy. And that was Cindy Ryhard of Hollis. Is there anyone else? No? Okay. Seeing no further comment on petition warrant article, we call this Article 1, but it's actually petition warrant Article 2, because we've already had a petition warrant article, right?
Yes, they'll all be renumbered.
Okay,
this is
so
just number
the one
and
for
four
tonight,
today.
okay.
Yep.
So David Sachs has his hand up.
Who has his hand up?
David Sachs.
David Sachs, okay, that's fine. Can we
Hi.
unmute David?
Can you hear me okay?
David, you are on.
Thank you. Hi, good evening, everyone. Thank you for hosting us. I have a question on that warrant article. What's the margin that it has to pass by?
60%.
It has to get 60%. I'm sorry, this is David Sachs. David, your address?
43 Jambard Road in Hollis.
Great, and your question is, what is the margin that the vote needs to pass by? 60% is the answer.
Okay.
Do you have any other
Thank
further
you.
comment? No? You're good?
No, thank you.
Thank you, David.
We have Aaron.
Penchachek? Okay. Aaron, can you unmute Aaron
He's
Penchachek?
unmuted.
Okay, I don't know if I said your last name right, Aaron.
That's okay, I'm used to it.
Can you state
So,
your name and address for the
Aaron
record?
Pencasic, I'm at 133 Dow Road in Hollis.
Thank you.
And I'm retired, and my wife and I moved here about 5 years ago. And I'm appalled at the increases in the taxes and revenue being spent by the school system that we heard about in the earlier presentation. I don't have any kids in school right now, but I don't mind paying my fair share, which in Hollis is 70% of my property taxes to support the public school system. Right? But these kinds of increases just demonstrate that there is poor fiscal management in our co-op school system. People need to pay attention to this, and something needs to be done about it, or you're going to be driving people like me and my wife out of Hollis, because I don't want to pay for this, right? Something needs to be done. I'm an upset taxpayer looking at those statistics that we saw earlier, and I'm done.
Okay, thank you, Aaron.
We have Jim O'Shaughnessy.
Jim O'Shaughnessy. Okay. Jim would be speaking as our attorney.
Is he timed?
All right, so can you hear me?
He's okay, yeah.
Hi, everybody. Jim O'Shaughnessy. I'm legal counsel for the school district, and I'm weighing in only to clarify that under RSA 32(5), I believe the vote requires a 3/5 majority vote rather than a majority vote, and I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
We also have
Michelle St. John. Okay, so can we unmute Michelle? Yep. Okay, Michelle, you are unmuted.
I'll just be very brief. I'm just not in support of a tax cap based on impending legislation up in Concord that could drastically impact the state contribution to school budgets. Having a tax cap would be a huge detriment to the students, to the administration, to the school board, and their ability in creating a budget that would sustain our district. The other comment I would just like to make is you look at what the cost per pupil at the high school level or the middle school within the co-op, it is comparable to many districts across the state. And so I would just say that this problem is connected to how we fund public education in New Hampshire versus this particular problem, and it will not be solved in a positive way by implementing a tax cap. Thank you.
Thank you. And Michelle, can you just state your name and address, please?
Yep, it's Michelle St. John, 29 Orchard Drive, Hollis.
Thank you.
So I see Brian Loveland.
Okay, I'll take Brian Loveland first, and then if the public would like to speak in public, just come to the mic and I'll acknowledge you once we figure that out. Yeah, I know, I got it, yeah. It keeps on. Brian Loveland, please state your name and address. Brian? Is Brian Loveland on?
Hi, 17 Toddy Brook Road, and I just want to come and say I'm against this arbitrary tax cap that won't allow any wiggle room in case unexpected expenses, and with the state funding uncertain, we won't have the flexibility to continue having such a great school.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you. Doug Davidson?
Yeah, Doug Davidson, 85 Rideout Road. I'm speaking for myself, but I am the former ranking member of the Cooperative Budget Committee. And I want to say that the rates that we're looking at are really unsustainable from a long-term standpoint. We need to take a look at that, and I think Aaron Penachek's comments were spot on. You know, we're throwing a lot of our seniors and others under the bus because they can't afford these rates of increases. And, you know, some of the dog whistle words that you heard before about the way we fund our schools, the tradition here in Hollis and in the state of New Hampshire is to fund our schools locally with nominal amounts coming from the state relative to the overall budget. And that's a dog whistle for a state income tax, so let's call it what it is. The other thing I think we need to take particular attention to, which kind of always goes under the radar, is the incredible growth of the staff and the budget of the SAU office. As a former high school teacher, I can tell you that that's where the rubber meets the road. I think intellectually anybody understands that the classroom is where the rubber meets the road. And we've done a good job at keeping student-teacher ratios in check in terms of allowing optimal situations in the classroom. But the SAU office, all due respect to the staff there, who I call there fairly regularly, and I think they do a fine job, I think that budget is growing too fast. It has been since my experience of being on the budget committee, and it remains so to this day. So I think the cap is in order. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Davidson.
Cindy Ryder has her hand up again.
Cindy Ryder, is there anyone else before we let Cindy speak again?
No,
Is
I
there?
think everyone else.
Everyone else has gone. Okay, Cindy, we're going to bring you back on. Please state your name and address. Cindy? I think we need to unmute Cindy.
She's in.
Cindy? I think we need to mute Cindy then. I'm not hearing from her. No? Cindy, are you there? Okay. Okay. Cindy, are you there? I don't think she's there. Maybe she accidentally raised her hand. I think we need to.
Patrick Haggerty now.
Patrick Haggerty? Okay, can you unmute him? Is he unmuted?
Hi, Patrick Haggerty, 25 Parker Road in Brookline. So I have a young child who has not yet entered the school district, and I don't see a problem with implementing a 4% cap on spending. It's not like we're cutting budgets. We're just saying you can't raise the budget more than that. Obviously, you know, as an educator or as people that are in charge of the education of children, you want to give the kids as best chances possible, and we have great reputation as a school district. However, you know, how long am I going to wait for my 2-year-old to enter the schools, and how much am I going to pay, and are the schools going to continue to be worth that money as the student population continues to decline, if it continues to decline as predicted? So I'm in support, and that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Haggerty.
Cindy, you have a hand up again?
Okay, we'll go back to Cindy.
You hear me this time?
Yes, we can hear you now. Cindy, just
Sorry
say
about the
your name
technical
and
difficulties.
address
Cindy
for the record.
Ryhard, 150 Witches Spring Road, Hollis. I just wanted to find out when the school board will be, I guess, responding or providing your response to this, this proposal.
So tonight we will take a vote on each one of the petition warrant articles, all the warrant articles, so we will vote on this. Whether or not we comment will be decided when we take a vote. So we'll have an opportunity to comment. But we do not have a planned presentation, okay?
Okay, thank you.
So are there any other comments? Okay, seeing no other hands raised or people in the audience, I will now close the public hearing on petition warrant article 1 at 6:50 p.m. And I will now open, well, I'll read the petition warrant article 2 and then open the floor for public comment. So, shall we adopt the provisions of RSA 40:13, known as SB2, to allow official ballot voting on all issues before the Hollis Brookline Cooperative School District on the second Tuesday of March? At this point, I'd like to open the floor, and I believe we have a presentation from Mr. Power on this topic as well. It is 6:51. I'm opening the floor, Dawn, just so you know. We need to bring up Eric Power, who has a presentation, and we will be screen sharing that as well. Eric, are you on?
Yes, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Once we've got that, okay, you can go ahead, Eric.
Thank you. I'm speaking on behalf of the citizens of Hollis and Brookline that have put forth this petition to adopt the SB2 official balloting voting for the Hollis Brookline Co-op. Next slide. What is SB2? SB2 is really a way to conduct our school district meetings in 2 sessions. It consists of a deliberative session and a ballot voting session. So the deliberative session is the same format as our current meeting. It's open to all voters with debate, discussion, amendments, and motions. What the purpose of the deliberative session is to finalize the warrant articles for the second session, the ballot voting session. The main difference is that the final vote is an approval or disapproval of warrant articles is done in the second session. So here you finalize the warrant articles in the deliberative session, then you go to the ballot voting session, which is held on town election day. It's second Tuesday in March. So there's a private ballot vote on each warrant article that you finalize in the deliberative session. It's held at the same time as you have the town and school district elections and zoning questions. And the voting can be done any time. The polls are open 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., or you can vote by absentee ballot, which is a great advantage now, especially with COVID. Next slide. So the operating budget is one of the big things you have to consider. The operating budget will always exist. It'll either be you'll have a choice on the SB2 ballot to vote for a proposed operating budget from the deliberative session, or a default operating budget that's specified in the RSA, which is really, it's reduced by one-time expenditures from the previous year. And the proposed operating budget, depending on the deliberative session, can be higher or lower than the default operating budget, but there'll be two numbers in that question for the operating budget. Next slide. The advantages of SB2 is it increases voter participation. In Brookline, we had over almost 1,000 people that voted in the Brookline school district because we have SB2 for our school district. And there's two opportunities to participate. You can participate in the deliberative session or the ballot voting session. You also get at least 30 days after the deliberative session to consider what you're going to be voting on. You don't have to be thinking about it in a split moment like you would at a school district meeting, and you actually can do fact checking on things that have been said. You also have the privacy of ballot voting. You can vote your conscience, and you're doing it in the privacy of your ballot box. You also have the flexibility to vote anytime on election day or by absentee ballot, which is very important for business travel, college students, military members, snowbirds, and now with COVID. And those unable to attend the current town meeting and current school meeting still get to vote. You don't have to remain at a town meeting that goes to midnight or later. Next slide. The disadvantages of SB2 is that you have to communicate well before and after the deliberative session to the public on what you want to do and what the positions are in the warrant articles. You cannot also table warrant articles. Warrant articles will be voted upon. They're always placed on the ballot. They may be modified, but they're always going to be voted upon. Another disadvantage is that you can't do reconsideration and bring back articles multiple times. It's either passed or it's defeated. It cannot be brought up later in a meeting. There is an exception for an operating budget if it's failed, but that's been resolved by having the default budget. Next slide. This is just for reference that we've had meetings that have been 1 session, 2 sessions, 3 sessions, and even 5 sessions. It's difficult for voters to commit to go to these meetings versus doing a deliberative session and then a ballot session where they just go in and vote on election day. Last year, we actually had 2 sessions, one for apportionment only, and then we had drive-through voting in June. So in 2018, we had 14 hours of meetings. Next slide. This shows the, keep going, next slide, go down. This shows the attendance at SB2 in Brookline.
30
We've
seconds.
had quite a few people voting, almost 1,000 that participate in it. And the deliberative session is about the same as our traditional meeting was when we started it. Next slide. So I would ask that voters, before that, go back. I would ask that voters, it's moving around. Next, go down. There's more opportunities to participate with the 2 sessions. It provides a longer and more informed discussion on all warrant articles and ensures
Eric,
privacy and ability to vote for all voters.
Eric, your 5 minutes are up. Thank you. Okay, at this point, I'd like to open the floor for public comment.
Thank you, Barbara King.
Barbara King. Please state your name and address. Thanks, Barbara.
Hello, Barbara King, 15 Barton Road in Hollis. And I'm actually not terribly opposed to SB2, but I am opposed to the fact these 28 citizens that signed this petition aren't listening to the will of the voters from last year that voted down SB2. It continues to get voted down, and in a crazy year with the pandemic, we're throwing it back on the warrant. And one of the biggest arguments against SB2 is that the deliberative session can be taken over. Well, our current meeting is being taken over by 28 people that have put 4 petition warrant articles on because the bar to get a petition article is 25 people. So they're actually convincing me that they would go and take over a deliberative session to get what they want. And I just wish they would really listen to the will of the voters. And it's maybe not every year, but how about every other year we put this off? Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. Kat McGee. Okay. Kat, please state your name and address for the record.
Yes, Kat McGee, 237 Hayden Road in Hollis.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, I was just going to say, similar to the last person who spoke, we do hear this over and over again, and I just wanted to say, although the presentation from Mr. Powers was quite informative, I think there are some things that he left out that are really critical in terms of context of what we would gain or lose, because democracy is hard. It's true, our town meetings are long, but it is the town meeting is the purest form of democracy, and it's really been a wonderful thing for me over the years, being able to attend and understand people in our community explaining the context around what we're voting for and why. And I have had the pleasure of serving in a flotarial district with 4 towns, 2 of which had SB2 and 2 of which did not. And I attended SB2 meetings in the other towns. And I can say that the complaints that those towns have put forth after implementing SB2, and this has been reiterated by former state rep Jim Belanger in town many times in articles he's written against SB2, is that the deliberative session does not afford the same level of debate. So the warrant articles are merely presented, they are not debated, they are not discussed at the level that they are at town meeting. And so that level of understanding is not there. And also, one thing that was kind of glossed over, which has been very significant for many of the smaller towns, is that if a group of people shows up at a deliberative session and decides they want to change a budget level item and remove $800,000, if they are able to pass that at the deliberative session, that's what goes on the ballot. And there's no discussion about it. There's no way to change it. There's no way to table it. And so,
Okay, Kat, thank you.
You know,
Thank you. Your 2 minutes are over. Thank you, Kat.
Patrick Haggerty?
Patrick Haggerty, please state your name and address.
Hi, Patrick Haggerty, 25 Parker Road, Brookline. So I think I understand where Kat's coming from. I think she also contradicted herself a little bit. When you talk about pure democracy, showing up at the meetings is an important part of that. So if the deliberative session is something that you find important, which when we're talking about school district issues, you know, you should probably show up. And I understand that there's schedules and people have lives. But at the same time, this battle of attrition that has happened at the last few co-op meetings where it's gone late into the night and they basically wait until enough people have left and they vote on, you know, whatever it is they wanted to vote on and pass it. I think this gives us that time, that breathing room between forming the ideas that we want to vote on and then voting on them later. It gives people a chance to talk about them. And if you don't like it, then don't vote for it. That's a great part. And you can tell other people about it for more than a month that you don't like it, and here's why you don't like it. So there's plenty of opportunity for discussion there between the deliberative session and the actual voting session. And then finally, regarding the will of the people, the percentage of voters that voted for or against SB2 was barely considered a majority, I think, of both Hollis and Brookline. There was not a high participation rate, and the majority that ruled there is who ruled. But the will of the people, I don't think represents the entire picture from last year when the vote took place. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick.
Michelle St. John.
Michelle St. John, please state your name and address for the record. Michelle, are you there?
Michelle St. John, 29 Orchard Drive in Hollis, and I'm against this petition warrant article for multiple reasons, which many have been stated previously. I will echo some of what Barb King said, what Representative Kat McGee has said, and the Honorable Jim Belanger, who spoke passionately year after year after year against SB2, who, by the way, has served on the municipal and county government committee for the State House for many, many years and is well versed in this area. Towns that adopt SB2 see a decrease in participation in deliberative sessions, allowing small yet very vocal groups attend and commandeer a meeting, warrant articles, and propose and vote on changes that are detrimental to the district, our students, and the overall budget. Eric Powers' presentation, he really glossed over this one, where he showed, he said his attendance in these deliberative sessions are consistent. I saw numbers of 60, 40, 100, 69 people making those decisions. It's easy for a small, dedicated minority to come and commandeer a meeting. And they can change that budget, because even though everyone's so excited to have all-day voting, that all-day voting, you don't get an opportunity for debate. You don't get an opportunity to ask questions. All you get is that decided decision to vote on. And if a small group comes in, which isn't the majority of these two districts, what they want for their students in this community that impacts their property values, you don't have a choice. SB2 is really easy to vote in. SB2 is really difficult to vote out. Also, I've served on the Hollis School Board and participated in budgeting process for both the Hollis School Board and the SAU governing.
Thank you, Michelle.
Okay, we have Maureen Masterson.
I'm sorry, I missed the name.
Maureen
Hi, my name is Maureen Matheson, 60 Milton Place in Hollis. I just want to express my opposition to SB2 for the reasons stated previously. I won't go into those again. And also, but to state the fact that voting this down year after year has become tiresome. I do plead with Mr. Power and the Powers and the others to please stop putting this to a legislative body. Listen to the will of the people. Let it go. We don't want it. Knock it off. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? David Sachs, please state your name and address for the record.
Hello, I'm David Sachs, 43 Jamrod Road, Hollis, New Hampshire. I'm a strong supporter of schools and education funding. I'm also a strong supporter of SB2. I lived in a town, Bedford, that has SB2, but for 1 year, every year it was very possible to have thorough debate on every warrant, and you voted on each item on the warrant. It looked like you agreed on the language. 30 days later, you had a chance to then vote on the actual warrant itself. The benefit of SB2, the biggest one for me, is absentee ballot. You're able to participate where not everyone is able to show up. The second thing is families with young children often can't stay and participate in every vote. This way they get to voice on every one. It's also people that can't stay late, regardless of young children, with jobs, flying, travel, whatever it might be, work. I just find that this is a way where we can have greater participation, and greater participation equals greater democracy. Well, I mentioned 1 year in Bedford where it did go awry, where a small group of people took over and did get some massive changes. And the purpose of our job is to be committed and participating voters and to show up. If we don't show up, even in the current format, things can get taken over. So again, I support SB2 and I wish we'd finally do it. Thank you.
Thank you, David.
Mike Polina.
Mike, can you please state your name and address for the record?
Hi, my name is Mike Kalina, 7 Mary's Way in Hollis. I would like to voice my support for SB2. Myself and my wife are two of those people that were spoken about where we are unable to attend meetings that run until all hours in the morning and wait for votes. We've had 3 children go through the school system. 1 is currently still in. We're very interested and very invested in the quality of our school system. But that said, in our time in this town with our children in the schools, we've attended these meetings a few times and have never been able to stay until voting time. As the previous speaker said, we have babysitters watching kids that can't stay till 2 in the morning. We have jobs that require us to be on phone calls at 5 or 6 in the morning. We can't be at meetings where people just debate the minutia of these warrants for hours and hours. I think it's very valuable to have this session where people can voice and discuss, But as it was stated, it would also be valuable to then have a month to research facts and details and then make informed decisions rather than decisions that are made after exhaustion of hours of mindless debate. Thank you, that's all.
Thank you. Aaron, can you please state your name and address for the record?
Yes, so it's Aaron Pincasek. I'm at 133 Dow Road in Hollis, and I am speaking in support of SB2. Every one of the citizens in this town that pays taxes should have the opportunity to voice their opinion on the bills and legislation that comes up regarding the school system. Right? And so I'm not going to repeat what you've already heard about these meetings running ad nauseum into the night, but I can't stay that late, right? But I pay taxes. I pay a lot of taxes in here in Hollis for the school system. I expect to be able to voice my opinion and place my votes on these items without having to stay until 2 a.m. And that's all I've got to say.
Thank you. Is that it? Okay, we have one person in public, in person. Please state your name and address.
Joe Garuba, may I take my next call? Joe Garuba, 28 Winchester Drive. I don't know if anyone else had trouble, but I was on the Zoom call and I couldn't raise my hand, so I don't know if that's an issue for other people. That's why I came down here.
Okay, thank you, Joe.
So I'm speaking against the petition article for SB2. The benefit of our traditional town meeting is that all voters get to see and hear from both sides of an issue. In my opinion, town politics has largely been free from the partisan rancor that national politics suffers from. Seeing and hearing directly from your neighbors and learning their viewpoints helps us understand each other and work together towards the best solutions. The SB2 system allows voters to be influenced by advertising campaigns and partisans. People often seek out information that supports or reinforces their own biases. Look at the national news channels like Fox or CNN. Without the complete picture from a traditional town meeting, our local politics will suffer from the same divergence of opinions and fractured nature as it has on the national level. Please vote no on this article and preserve the great system that we have. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you. Mask up, mask up. Please put your mask on. Thank you, sorry. Anybody else? Okay.
Just a question.
I don't know what to do about that. Okay, yeah.
Bob, do you have any evidence of people having others?
I sent a message to all the participants in chat saying that if there is an issue with hand raising, they can use the chat function to be able to indicate their desire to speak, and I'll let you know.
Okay, so if you didn't hear that, just in case you couldn't hear Bob, if you'd like to comment, please send him a chat message. And I'm going to give it like a minute.
We have Lene Day.
Did she raise her hand?
Raise her hand.
She raised her hand. Okay. Lene, please state
Yeah,
your name.
hi, Lene Day, 140, oh, sorry. Lene Day, 145 Broad Street. My only comment is that the chat feature is disabled, and so we can't actually send, and maybe it's just for me, but I just tried to send a chat and it was disabled, so,
Okay, so I'm
yeah.
gonna, should I just have someone text me? Let's give them my phone number. I don't care.
Well, there are enough hands being raised.
Do you have hands raised now?
I mean, not at the moment, but we've had quite a few.
I don't mind. It doesn't matter. I mean, would that work?
You could also give them my email address and I can have.
Yeah. Okay, so.
Fast enough?
I don't know.
I'll just, here's my, if you're listening, here's my cell phone, 759-9175. Text me now if you want to participate. I don't care.
That number will be void tomorrow.
No, they can use it tomorrow.
I did
You're
get
all going to text me. I don't care. I know how to ignore a text. I'll just, but.
I did get a message that the chat function is working.
Okay, so
from
the
a
chat
participant.
function is working. I am not, I'm
Darlene
giving
says it's
one
nominated.
more, like 10 more
is,
seconds,
isn't it?
and then if I don't receive a text from anybody, then I am, and I'm not gonna repeat that number, so you don't have to remind.
Somebody already posted it on Facebook.
Okay, that's good. I don't care, it's really, it's a phone, it's not gonna hurt me. Okay, anything, anyone? All right, at this point, I'm going to close the,
Rob Mann would like to speak.
oh, Rob, okay. Rob, Mann, please state your name and address for the record.
Hold on one second.
I feel like I know everyone who's had to talk today. That's great. It's such a nice small town.
Hey, folks, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. State your name and address, please.
Rob Mann, 29 Nartoff Road, and I want to speak in opposition to this perennial warrant article. It comes up every year. We go through this debate every year. We hear the same, reasons for having it and the benefits and the pros and the cons and everything else. All it does is take up time in our regular meetings. And for folks that put forward about the deliberative session and all the great things in a deliberative session, I would ask each and every one of you to consider that we already have that. It's called public hearings that we have just held this week with very little participation. And I would also ask you to also consider that we also have a deliberative session for the SAU budget that we have in early December. I've been serving on this board since 2007. I can count the people who have showed up to that deliberative session on one hand over that entire time. I would be very concerned, I continue to be concerned about the very small turnout of a SB2 deliberative session and the shenanigans that can take place under those kind of
30
situations.
seconds.
I have been, I am now, and will continue to be against SB2. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mann. Any more? I have not gotten any texts.
Hold on.
Oh,
iPad 15.
what is it?
I had to pee.
iPad number 15.
Should we accept that?
Hi,
Hi, can you?
this is Lee Kubishta, 94 Hayden Road in Hollis.
Hi, Lee.
I am for SB2, and I think that the people who have spoken against SB2 actually have made my point for me and reaffirmed my commitment to SB2. They discuss lack of participation and lack of involvement, and I think that that very point speaks to the fact that people would be more participative if they could vote and not have to stay up until whatever time. I've been to some of these meetings as well, and it is an arduous process. I think the deliberative session and having the 30 days between allows people and trusts that people will self-educate themselves and vote accordingly. I think that the back and forth and people arguing back and forth for hours on end is what turns people off to participating. I know I would much prefer to have the facts from both sides in evidence and be able to make an informed decision on my own and then vote. And I think that SB2 allows that possibility. And I am a strong proponent of SB2. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Lee. Anyone else?
Michelle St. John again.
Is there anybody who hasn't spoken?
Oh, hold on.
Just Mr. St. John. Okay, Michelle?
Thank you for letting me speak again. I just wanted to finish what I was going to say when I was cut off, and By serving on the school board and participating in the budget process for both the Hollis School Board and the SAU Governing Board, I wanted to say that budgets don't happen in a vacuum. Budget season begins practically after the annual district meeting, and it takes months and goes through iteration after iteration after iteration. And much time is devoted during those monthly school meetings to go through the budget to ensure that there isn't overspending. I've seen wonderful things start off on the budget, and you think this is going to be great for the students, and they get cut. And they get cut because of the guidance that our budget committees, the co-op committees, the Hollis School Committee, the Brookline Budget Committee, those are the ones who are providing that guidance to us. It is a process, and to just say that that is not valuable and someone can come in and say, we're going to change this and take all of that months of consideration and hard work out of the process it just seems ludicrous to me. These are the experts. These folks spend time on this. And the other point I wanted to make was, we're sometimes there till 2 a.m. because of petition articles such as these. We're sometimes there till 2 a.m. because there are hot button topics that people want to debate. How do you decide on what it is if you don't have the full information? Can you depend on we come to those meetings for the facts, not for falsities, not for opinion, but the facts. And so again, I'm going to say that SB2 is not the solution. If people don't want to come to those meetings and they want to just vote on something, perhaps we should be looking at a representative meeting rather than individuals. This is just not the solution for Hollis. People like information, they like to ask questions.
Michelle, your 2 minutes is up, thank you.
We have Aaron from Hayford again.
Okay, Mr. Aaron,
So I'm back, Aaron Pincasic, 133 Dow Road in Hollis. And yeah, I agree with a lot of what she just said there. It's a process that we have to go through, but it doesn't have to be an arduous process. It has to be a process where all the citizens have a reasonable opportunity to represent their views on these topics. Right? And to the earlier presentation we saw on the previous warrant article, the expenditures that we're seeing projected in the school system are just unreasonable. And we need to be reasonable about it, and everybody needs to have their ability to present their view relative to the school system budgets and other topics for that matter in the town. And SB2 would enable that. There's no reason, so look at what happened in our recent election, the presidential election, right? We had all the mail-in ballots and everything that happened, right? That's no different than SB2. Right? So people are okay with that. Why are we not okay with SB2? I'm done.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else? Let me just double check. No text. You have somebody else? Valerie, please state your name and record, name and address for the record.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Hi, Mallory Risler, 14 Hobart Hill Road in Brookline.
Okay, go ahead.
I just wanted to share my experience as someone who has lived in town for a few years and was a supporter of SB2 before I started attending the deliberative sessions between both Brookline and the co-op school board. I'm a mother of 3 small children. I get we can't stay late, it's exhausting, so I can see those points. But I think we just have to look at what we sacrifice for one or a couple nights a year to what we're gaining. When we're sitting in that pickup line, picking up our kids from school, when we see their faces get off the school bus, when we're so enjoying what a great asset we have in our 2 towns. I think we need to think about what we're giving as citizens. So that would be my first point. And the second point I would have to say is I would have, it's the petition articles that I would have to, what previous speakers have said, are what are causing the most issues. I can say for myself as somebody who does not support SB2, because as people have said previously, I won't keep going over it, it continues to be the same small group of people who continue to bring these things to light. So I would say that the trust necessarily is not there for me, that things are being done in the best way and in the best interest of our kids and our two towns. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Y'all good?
I think so.
Okay, at this point, I'm going to close public comment for petition warrant Article 2 at 7:24. And we'll open the floor for petition Article 3, which is to see if the Hollis Brookline Cooperative School District will vote to amend the Articles of Agreement of the Hollis Brookline Cooperative School District by deleting Article 3 as currently written and substituting new article as follows. The suggested Article 3 would be, the Hollis Brookline Cooperative School District shall be responsible for grades 9 through 12. I'm going to open the floor for public comment at 7:24 p.m. We will start with a presentation by Mr. Power. You have 5 minutes, Eric.
Yes, this is Eric Power. I'm presenting this on behalf of Hollis and Brookline voters about realignment of the Hollis Brookline Cooperative School District. Next slide. This is the warrant article that Chair Darrellew just read to you, basically changing Article 3 of the Articles of Agreement. For those who aren't familiar, the Articles of Agreement is basically the constitution of the co-op, and it specifies how we do things at a high level. And this is the one that talks about the grades. Next slide. So this picture here is showing the current organization of the SAU, where we have a K through 6 Hollis School District, a K through 6 Brookline School District, and then we have a co-op at the bottom, which has grades 7 and 8 at Hollis Brookline Middle School and grades 9 through 12 at Hollis Brookline High School. If you go to the next slide, it will show the proposed change with this article of agreement change would make Hollis School District K through 8 and Brookline K through 8, and then the co-op would be 9 through 12 at Hollis Brookline High School. Next slide. So why consider realignment? Why do the citizens think this is a good idea? Well, the current middle school facility, as you'll see, is old, and I'll go through some details on that. We also see the student population growth coming up in the elementary schools by the NESDEC projections. That's the organization that the SAU uses every year to figure out how many students we're going to have in the future with the predictive model. There's also financial conditions of historically low bond rates and revived building aid proposed by our legislature. And then I'm also going to talk a little bit about the Articles of Agreement process that we have. Next slide. So keep going, next slide. The current middle school building was actually built in 1953. It's 68 years ago. It had an addition in 1961 and 1982, a renovation in 93, a maintenance upgrade in 2003, and then a major renovation and addition in 2005. There's been 3 major additions on this 60-year-old building, and if you look at it, further expansion is not really practical, and it would be very expensive. Next slide. So what's going on with student population growth? So here's what we're seeing at our 7th and 8th grade now. And you actually see starting in the year 2022, it's about equal between Hollis and Brookline, and then Brookline will actually have more students in 7th and 8th grade than Hollis, according to NESDEC. And you can also see that we're going to start getting towards the high end of what the school can actually handle in the year 2028 and 2029. The point I'd like to make is it took us about 5 years to expand this middle school for those who were in town. So it's a process you need to start because it takes a long time for things to pass, to investigate, and then actually do the construction. Next slide. So if you look at what's happening in Hollis, which is the blue here, Hollis is actually going to grow rapidly in K through 6, 41% by the year 2028. They're going to be up to 843 students per NESDEC. They're not going to have enough room in their Hollis primary Hughes to hold everybody. So this realignment would actually help Hollis because they would have they could use Hollis Brookline Middle School. Next slide. So possible usage could be Hughes being 3-4, HMS would be Hollis Middle School 5-8, Brookline would build a brand new Brookline Middle School or expand CSDA, and then we would still have the co-op in the high school for grades 9 through 12. Next slide. Financial conditions, bond rates are at historic lows. They're very favorable for renovation, new construction. And there's two House bills, you can look them up, 214 and 594, that are going to revive school building aid. Next slide. Here's the Articles of Agreement. There's Article 15 in the Articles of Agreement calls out how we would do this process if there's a vote. So this article is the initial vote by the legislative body. They would form a grade reduction committee. The committee would develop an educational plan, they would hold a public hearing of the proposed plan. It would be sent to the State Board of Education, and then there would be a final vote on that by the legislative body. So there's actually two votes by the legislative body to determine this is the right way to go. Next
30
slide.
seconds.
Thank you. Support realignment of the Hollis Brookline Cooperative School District. It's a proactive approach for our children. We don't want the middle school to get overcrowded like it did last time and not have any options. And lastly, I'd just like to say I cannot do chat and I cannot do any hand raising in my Zoom. So I'd like to speak on the next article if I can't get through. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Eric. Okay, so people are still having a hard time getting through. They could email any of the SAU administrators that are currently here, right?
Yep.
You would see an email. That would be Andy Corey at SAU 41. Is it Andy or Andrew? Andrew.
Either one comes in.
Andrew.Corey at SAU41.org. Bob Thompson, bob.thompson at SAU41.org, or Gina Bergsaug, Bergsaug, Gina dot, that last name
Spell Bob
at
Thompson.
SAU41.org. So Andy or Bob would probably be your best. But we are, they can email any of us. We're all watching our phones, so if there's somebody out there who cannot get through, you can email the SAU team. One of the three that are sitting here, you can email me on the SAU41.org, Holly Babcock, and I will see it, I'll watch it. And you can also text me. I gave my number out early, and I'm not seeing any texts right now.
I see Barbara King.
So Barbara King to open comment on petition. Actually, I just have a question for the attorney. Jim, before we open public comment? Is Jim there? Yeah, Jim's here. Can he hear me? Jim, can you hear me? Can you unmute Jim?
I can, 1 second.
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear, Holly.
Jim, I just want to know if you, and I'm putting you on the spot, I didn't ask you to look this up or anything, but legally, do you know if this were to pass and the article changed 9 through 12, like this passed, or we have a new Article 3, 9 through 12, would that be effective July 1st, 2021?
Oh, no, the Article 15 of the Articles of Agreement has a pretty comprehensive process for forming a study committee, and the study committee has to propose a plan. The plan, I don't know the details of the process intimately, but there's a plan. It has to be approved at various levels, and the plan itself establishes the timetable for the transition. And so it's not dictated at this level. It's definitely not going to happen by July 1st, 2021. That's not even possible. I don't know if it would be possible for it to happen by July 1 of 2022, but the committee develops the timetable, if that helps at all.
So this just triggers the committee then, if this were to pass?
Okay, Holly, I can
Yes.
answer it.
Okay, thank you, Jim. Do you have a question for Jim?
No, I have a somewhat more succinct answer to it.
Okay, and Tom's going to answer my question for me, that's helpful.
So the wording in the Articles of Agreement that he referenced are essentially the same wording that's used in the RSA for dissolution of a co-op. So it's essentially a 3-year process.
Okay. Okay, thank you. All right, so now we have Barbara King commenting. And Barbara, just state your name and address again.
Hello, Barbara King, 15 Barton Road in Hollis. I just want to start with, Mr. Power has certainly changed his tune from his conversations in Brookline last week, where this was based on how this would save Brookline taxpayers money. And this is not realignment. This is, again, breaking up the co-op, which Brookline voted down last year. Brookline voted to stay in the co-op. A few years ago, Hollis voted for a study and then decided it was too expensive. So, we've been through all this, so I just ask the voters, dig into this and don't fall for realignment. He's particularly targeted special education costs, and the numbers he was showing seem to be void of some particular things of interest, I think, to all voters, which is return on investment and economies of scale. And those are two sound financial principles, with even putting forth an article like this, the petitioners should be thinking about. If you think about, if you have Brookline put forth a middle school or a middle school and high school, you're talking about tens of millions of dollars that first you have to pay before, as Mr. Power stated last week, you start to save money. This return on investment is, I would say, 15 to 18 years away at a minimum from now. So don't fall that this is to assess, this is just to assess. This is about breaking up the co-op, and the voters have spoken several times over the last year. And this will decimate our property values in Hollis and Brookline,
30 seconds.
where the underpinning is our great schools. And that's all I have to say tonight.
Thank you, Ms. King. Next, who do we have next?
We have Kat McGee.
Kat McGee, please state your name and address for the record.
Kat McGee, 237 Hayden Road. I am opposed to this warrant article, and I just wanted to say something briefly about the presentations and the comments about the unsustainability of the taxes based on the schools. It's true that a significant portion of our taxes go to the schools. That's the way it works. But when I look at my tax rate in Hollis for 2015 was $23 and change, and in 2016 it was $23 and change, and in 2017 it was $23 and change, $21.67 in 2018, and $23.10 for 2019. So our taxes have been held very steady in terms of the amount per thousand. We are not seeing exorbitant increases in our tax impact based on the cost of the schools. And I think that that goes back to the point that was made by Michelle St. John, that the people who are volunteers that do our budgets actually do a really good job of holding us steady and doing right by the taxpayers. So I think that it's a false argument that we hear again and again and again that we should be alarmed when actually, our tax rate's been very, very steady over this time. So that's it.
Thank you. David, you're on. Please state your name and address again. Sorry.
No problem. This is David Sachs, 43 Jambard Road in Hollis. I am flabbergasted by this article, to be quite candid. I think it's ridiculous. There's no merit to this. The middle school is successful. The co-op is successful. It's what makes our two towns desirable and very healthy. The interesting thing in this presentation from the petitioner is that he talks about how the numbers are going up and our schools are overcrowded. And in the petition warrant article number 1, the same evening, just not too long ago, he talked about how our numbers are going down and now we need a tax cap. I'm finding it a little confusing to see two completely alternate arguments. Frankly, if you lose his rationale that our numbers are going up and bond rates are low, it's much cheaper to do an addition than to build a brand new school in a separate town, and then to have Brookline have a separate administrative cost for their own school, furnace, all those fixed costs. We get a lot of synergy by having a combined school for middle school. You bring two towns together. It's great for the students, their ability to interact and work together. It builds teamwork across the school, the classes that you can offer with that cohort. It's a school with good enough size that you can do a lot. We have a huge diversity of math and other programs and great offerings in sport and co-curricular. So I think there's no rationale at all for this, none whatsoever, and every argument given for it to me sounds completely ludicrous. Thank you.
Thank you, David.
Patrick Haggerty.
Patrick, you state your name again and your address.
Yeah, Patrick Haggerty, 25 Parker Road, Brookline. I also like to raise my voice against this warrant article. It just doesn't make financial sense as somebody who lives in Brookline and pays Brookline taxes for us to support even 2 more grades with our current facilities, and the prospect of adding on facilities on our own taxes, or even building new facilities and finding land and going through that entire process. I can't imagine that getting school aid for Brookline alone does more benefit than getting school aid and bonds for Brookline and Hollis to do renovations or improvements or even replacements of buildings, because we share that financial burden together, even if it's not, 50-50 based on our individual towns' tax rates. So that's what I have to say about that. Before I go, though, I also wanted to point out that for those folks who might be having problems raising their hand, or they can't find the button, you have to leave full screen mode of Zoom, and on the bottom right corner on a desktop app, you'll see the list of people, and below that on the right is a little raise hand button. So if you're having trouble locating it, that's where it is. If not, they've given you the other options. I just wanted to state that. Thank you very much. I'm done.
Thank you, Patrick. That's helpful.
We have Darrell Smith.
Darrell Smith, please state your name and address.
Yep. Hi, Darrell Smith, 42 Rocky Pond Road in Brookline. Definitely I'm voting, want this to be a no vote. I've been hearing constantly how Eric spends a lot of time giving, sort of what I call surface presentations, and I'm constantly seeing him be the spokesperson for each of these warrant articles that are just frustrating everyone from both towns. This is literally one of those things that's ticking me off, because what it's basically doing is there is a Hollis Brookline sort of fabric here that's trying to be unraveled. And I think the majority of people don't want that to be the case. And this is one of those areas where we're trying to create this separation of the two towns as though we don't get along, when in fact we truly do. So my kids are enjoying the kids from Hollis. The kids from Hollis, to a certain extent, are enjoying the kids from Brookline. I think we need to just figure out how we can basically just find a common sense way to basically get this thing moving forward and stop trying to separate the two communities. Eric is pretty much driving this, and it's starting to just tick me off, if you really want to know the truth. That's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you. I would like us to, thank you so much for your comments. I'd like us to try to refrain from commenting about another commenter. I have someone texted me that Robert Mann would like to speak, so I'm going to let him go, and then I'm going to go to a person who's in person, and then we'll go back to the Zoom call. So, Robert Mann? Rob?
Hi, folks. I was looking for the mute button. So I'm just going to try to be very succinct here. I'm going to talk about what I heard tonight, what I didn't hear. I heard I'm supposed to support a tax cap because of declining enrollment, and I've heard that I'm supposed to support realignment because of increasing enrollment that's coming. So that's confusing. I saw NASDAQ data that was out like 27 years. I can tell you we plan on NASDAQ best within 5 years of that data. We do not, as a best practice, go beyond roughly 5 years. So 27 years is ludicrous. I'm very concerned about the Brookline students and where they would go that would normally matriculate into the co-op. I heard nothing about where they're going. I'm very concerned about that. I didn't hear anything about change management, how we're going to implement and execute such a thing. without messing up a year of the student's education. Didn't hear anything around that. I also didn't hear from our education professionals, I didn't hear of any impact study about how we do it, you know, and what impact that might take on the students themselves during this change. So I'm just
30
totally
seconds.
confused and totally not very clear as to what the point of this article is. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mann. That was Rob Mann. He spoke earlier. His address is in the record. Tiffany, go ahead.
Hi, Tiffany Testa, 101 Moore Hill Road. I'm a math and science teacher, and we're teaching statistics. I'm not confused at all about the use of data. You can use that data in any way you want, and I hope the community saw those two very differing uses of the data. It could have been confusing, but not really. How can our numbers be going up and down and left and right? I don't know, but I do teach my students to look out for that kind of stuff. The thing that I hear in this, I saw it in the petition, I hear it now. This is a money thing, so I'm gonna give a different perspective. That would be the perspective of the student. So coming from education, developmentally, our program that we've had for a very long time makes absolute sense. Not only that, but the middle school is probably one of the biggest gems in both communities. So again, this shouldn't be divisive. We build bridges, and our middle school does exactly what it needs to do when our kids are at the age that they need it. So they're redefining themselves, they're going through all kinds of stuff. They make new friendships, they build bonds that last through high school, and our middle school works fine. And also the financial part, I just don't get it. 2 new schools, that seems like our taxes might go up. But thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Testa.
We have Aaron from Facebook.
Okay, Aaron, please state your name again. Aaron? Go ahead, Aaron.
Let me unmute. There we go. So Aaron Penkasik, 133 Dow Road in Hollis. And a lady earlier talked about the tax rate being flat. So we've been in this house in Hollis now for about 5 years. And in that period of time, our tax rate has gone up by 16.25%, which is 3.25% per year. The bulk of it has gone to the school system. Right, and so I know this is really not this article that we're talking about, maybe the previous one, right? But she needs to understand that what she's saying is not true for everybody in Hollis, right? And all of you need to understand that too. We should not be increasing taxes indiscriminately in this town, or you're going to lose your citizens and lose your tax income as a result of doing so. That's all.
Thank you.
Michelle St. John.
Michelle St. John again. Go ahead, Michelle.
Thank you. I have to say that I echo Mr. Sachs and Mr. Smith's and others in the flabbergasting idea of this petition warrant. I don't understand. Our middle school is a jewel. And the relationship students begin to have with teachers and with classmates from both towns. I have children who've gone through that district, who are in the district, who are in the schools, who have been through the schools, and those relationships with the other students form at that time. I also want to say that there is no way we can depend on a school building aid fund. I again am flabbergasted that we are told in one petition that we have a decrease in population, and another that it's going to go, out of the park, and we need to make plans for that. I also would like to say that I looked at the petition and who signed it. I didn't see a single Hollis resident sign the petition, and I question how many people who signed that petition have students in that school district and understand what they're doing by pulling it apart. Who benefits from this? How are you going to pay for it? how is it going to impact the town and the community? So I completely, unequivocally oppose this. Thank you.
Thanks, Michelle.
Maureen Masterson?
Maureen, go ahead. Name and address, please.
Hi, thank you. Maureen again. Maureen Masterson, 60 Milton Place, Hollis. Yeah, I agree with everything Michelle and Mr. Sachs and Mr. Smith and Mr. Mann have said. I won't repeat that. But I will bring in a story. I went to the Wilton Limeboro Cooperative Junior Senior High School, which is a 6th grade school just nearby. And it was wonderful. As a 5th grader, as a 6th grader, I looked forward to merging with the other town of Wilton. I looked forward to going to that new school and getting to meet new friends and new people and expanding my fish tank, my sea. And I think our kids do too. I know our kids are excited to meet their fellow classmates in the 7th grade. And it's very exciting for them. I think if anything, we should be expanding the co-op, not breaking it apart. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We have Jillian Hinkle.
Jillian, I need you to state your name and address, please.
Hello, my name is Jillian Hinkle, 16 Hillside Drive. I just wanted to say about the NASDAQ study, I don't think it takes into account housing availability. Our districts, both Hollis and Brookline, have extreme limitations on the amount of housing and how much can be built out. And that study doesn't seem to take this into account, which makes the numbers that Mr. Sachs shared unlikely.
Mr. Power shared them, actually. Yes, go ahead. Jillian, did we lose her?
We have Daniel Palmer.
Daniel Palmer, state your name and address, please.
Yes, hi. I hope you can hear me. Daniel Palmer, 167 North Pepperell Road, Hollis. I just want to quickly echo my support for what David Sachs said, what Michelle St. John said regarding this article, which I find equally ludicrous for all the reasons that they stated, so I won't repeat it. But I want to go back to something Barbara King also said about how we go through this over and over and over again. Every year, we have a small group of people who seem to put together these citizen petitions that are tremendous hot button topics that require all of this debate. And the vast majority of the time, these all fail. And so I guess what I want to put out there, I don't know if it's possible, I don't know if the law is supported, but we have a school board in place for a reason. And perhaps the time has come that these citizen petitions have to first pass the school board, and if it gets a no vote across the board from the school board, which I am 100% sure this is going to get, then we shouldn't have to waste our time hearing these kinds of arguments and seeing these kinds of presentations that we all know are going to go nowhere. This co-op in this school is extremely important to the town. It's what makes these towns great. We know that this isn't going to pass, and I hope that there could be a process put in place in the future that would prevent us from having to listen to some of these arguments if they don't even pass a basic SNP test from our school board, who has volunteered their time and has done a tremendous service for us. So that's all I want to say. I want to thank you very much. I know these are difficult circumstances, and thank you for your effort and your time tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Palmer.
So we have 3 new hands, and they're all repeat speakers.
Okay, I also have a member of the board who wants to speak as a member of the public.
As a member of the public.
Okay, so that would be, and then I also have another person in public. So I'm going to take Liz, and then Mr. Gruba, and then the 3 repeats. Go ahead, Ms. Brown.
Elizabeth Brown, 10 Williams Way. And I do come to the mic, and I'm going to refer to something that was stated because I want to make sure, not deferring the speaker, but I want to make sure that the public gets to hear the factual information close in time to the time that the allegation was made that the tax rate in Hollis had increased over 15% in the last 5 years. Not at all what is the case. If you look back in 2016, the tax rate for Hollis was $23.44. The tax rate for 2021 is $23.15. That's actually a reduction, and I couldn't pass high school math. So I want to make sure that we understand what the facts are and we're not just listening to rhetoric. And everybody has the capability of pulling their own tax bill. If you're in Hollis, go to the Hollis Town website. You can pull up your tax bill for all the last years, and you can figure out exactly how much your tax bill has gone up. And look for the real facts about not what people are saying about the rhetoric. And tax rate does not always equate a higher tax bill, because once the houses are reassessed, it's a calculation, and that's what results in the tax bill.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Mr. Garuba, you will be next.
Thank you. Joe Garuba, 28 Winchester Drive. I just want to point out a couple of things, a couple of points. I want to speak in favor of this warrant article, but specifically it's my understanding that affirmative vote on this article actually starts a study committee. It doesn't instantly dissolve the co-op. It's not even, the article isn't even intending to dissolve the co-op. It's intending to just shift 2 grades from the co-op. The other thing is there's a lot of discussion about the NASDAQ projections, and specifically because of the wider implications of COVID, I think those NASDAQ projections, which are showing a considerable increase, I wouldn't be surprised to find that those NASDAQ projections are low because of the amount of development that we're going through in town now. And the last thing I wanted to point out here is that the closer decisions are made at the local level, meaning the more, let's say, meaning the Hollis School Board as opposed to the co-op board, the more local decisions are, the more people have influence or more direct influence over decisions. So any shifting of students or grades from the co-op to the Hollis district would give Hollis and as well as Brookline residents more influence directly over the education of children in those grades. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and we have some repeats. Okay, go ahead. Who's Jillian Hinkle? Oh yes, Jillian's not a repeat. She actually gets her 2 minutes to start her event. Jillian, sorry about that. I don't know what happened. Jillian, are you there? Jillian? Are you there?
Am I now on mute? Okay. It kept on remuting for me. It kept on saying, so I don't know how that was happening. Apologies. Jillian Hinkle, 16 Hillside Drive. I just wanted to say that the NASDAQ report doesn't take into account housing availability, which is very limited in both Hollis and Brookline. So the likelihood that we would actually achieve the increases that are being predicted seems very unlikely, which leaves me not in support of this warrant. Thank you.
Are you finished? Okay, thank you, Jillian. Thank you. And who else do we have?
David Sachs.
David, again, Mr. Sachs.
Yeah, hi. Different question for the board or legal counsel. Where do we get the minimum number of people required for a petition, and what would be the process to raise it?
So I guess I'm going to let legal counsel answer that because I'm not an expert on these things. But it is 25 people is the minimum. And Jim, that's not something that can be changed, is it? Well, it can be, but not by us. Is Jim there? Can he answer?
He is, yeah.
Is that state law? Is that something that we can have a rule in Hollis, Brookline?
I'm going to let Jim answer.
Hi, I can answer, Holly. You pretty much had it already. The governing laws RSA 197:6, and it basically says that it's a written application of 25 or more voters or 2% of the voters of the district, whichever is less. So you'd have to change the statute, is basically the answer. And, we're going to end up talking about this, I feel, at some point, since we're on the topic. But the RSA 197.6 actually creates a legal right for the petitioners to have their petition warrant article placed on the warrant, provided that the petition article itself isn't illegal. There are very limited circumstances where petition articles are actually illegal. And so barring an illegal petition warrant article, there is a right to have it on the warrant. And right now, there's not any way to change that process.
Thank you, Jim.
Thank you.
David, does that answer
Yep.
your question?
Yeah, thank you both.
Thank you. Is there someone else?
We have a John G.
John G. Okay. Let's move. John, can you please state your name and...
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, I just need your name and address for the record.
Okay. Yeah, no problem. My name is Jonathan Garuba at 30 Meadow Drive, Hollis. I'd just like to offer my sentiment. I've heard several comments talking about restricting residents' rights to raise petitions, and I think that's certainly the wrong way to go to try and take away rights that have been in place for a long time, and frankly, I'm concerned that people would want to add just take away control from the individual town residents that vote. So I just wanted to raise that. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. Is there anyone else?
Eric Power.
Mr. Power?
Yes, this is Eric Power. I just wanted to mention, when I was showing the projections, I was showing not the same projections. The co-op is going down in population, and that is true. It'll eventually go up long term. The projections I'm showing about the K through 6, that's where there's going to be a rapid increase, especially in Hollis. And Hollis is going to run out of space if these projections are true. And I understand the school board, I was on the school board previously at 5 years is, the reliable one, but you can't just dismiss what's happening beyond those numbers. I think you have to plan for that. And so I'd rather have us be a little proactive in this. This process will take many years to complete. And I think it's just wise to be able to look at it and determine what the facts are. And then we'll also have a better idea what's happening with the population. So yes, the population in the K through 6 is increasing and the population in the 7 through 12 is decreasing. Eventually the 7 through 12 will see that bubble and it will also increase. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Power. Is there anyone else?
We have Michelle St. John.
Okay, Michelle, go ahead. Michelle St. John
I'll
again.
just be very brief. I just wanted to say something about the petition articles. And while I understand what the last gentleman said, I appreciate what Mr. Sachs said in regards to the same group of people bringing the same petitions, which causes the late night and the arguing back and forth and the discussion. Because a lot of these petitions are, sometimes I just wonder, what is the intent of these petitions? What is the intent to do to our co-op? And year after year, and that's what causes frustration, and that's what causes division. The other comment I wanted to make about, everyone's talking about NASDAQ and numbers and people moving in. There is an ebb and flow of the housing market and individuals who are in our town. People come to the town, and I know this can be argued in a negative way, but people come here to raise a family and to have children. And then many people move on. Their children move to the West Coast, they move to the West Coast. They want to go to warmer weather, they move to warmer weather. They have a dream home on a lake, they move to a lake. This is what society does. And so to just say to everyone that we're going to blow up and explode, we have a finite number of space here. We have a finite number of houses. New housing coming in with the zoning laws that we have. We have 55 plus people coming in. We don't have major housing developments
30
being
seconds.
built. People choose to conserve the land and put it into protection rather than build, gigantic housing developments. We're not Nashua. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Mr. Davidson has risen.
Yes, Doug Davidson, 85 Rideout Road in Hollis. The first thing is, I'm not sure where I am on this petition warrant, to be
quite honest with you. So I haven't decided whether I'm in favor of it or not, right? But as Mr. Sullivan pointed out earlier, the process is a multi-year process. And if it were to pass, let's play make-believe and say if it were to pass, we would go through many deliberative years of whether this was the right thing to do, and if it was, how we would do it. And as he mentioned, not unlike what the process would be for changing the co-op or leaving the co-op, which I don't see this as saying that is, okay? So to me, I think the argument is prudent if you agree with it. I'm not sure if I do, okay? The other thing is, I gotta tell you, I wasn't get up here and even speak to this article, but I am shocked, I am absolutely shocked that so many people are against having the voices of the voters heard. The warrant petition mechanism is a legal mechanism in this state. It's run by state law. And for anybody to say, whether it happens year after year or not, that when you get enough sufficient names of registered voters to sign a warrant, that it shouldn't be heard or it should be deferred to the school board, to me is abominable and it's undemocratic. And I think you need to really take a sober look at some of the remarks we heard regarding that. I don't agree with every warrant article that comes up. Clearly I don't. I'm against many of them. But to say that people don't have a voice or shouldn't have a voice, to me, is just abominable.
Thank you.
Can I just clarify something?
Sure, Mr. Solon?
I'm not the lawyer, but I've been through the wording quite a few times. And the way the article is written, if this were approved, it would change the structure of the co-op. What's a multi-year process is how it occurs, and it would have to go through an iterative process until it was approved by the voters and the state, but it is not an up or down. This is the up or down. If this gets voted up, then the articles change, but it's multiple years before the change occurs because of the process to establish how the dissolution of the middle school co-op occurs.
So it's different than if you were to try and dissolve the co-op, which does trigger a 3-year process, and then there's an up and down vote at the end of that. This is an up and down vote in the beginning.
Yeah,
And Tom, the viewers on Zoom are having a difficult time hearing you.
The wording as I read it, it lacks the phrases that say that there's an exit point other than having to go back and rework the process until you get state approval. I did not see anything in the clause of the co-op articles of agreement that give an escape hatch, that if at some point people say, no, we don't want it anymore, that it's done. It says that if you don't want it anymore, it goes back and you have to propose a new plan.
Okay. Jim, do you have any comment on that? Jim?
Like, I have a hard time actually hearing what, I think that's Tom talking.
Yes.
I can't totally understand him, sorry.
So I think Tom's point is that there's because of the way the Articles of Agreement are written, Article 15 doesn't really give the committee or group any other exit ramp, if you will, except for the removing 7th and 8th grade. Am I saying that correctly? And so there's no exit ramp other than this.
Unlike the wording in, unlike the wording in the RSA, which gives some certain points where it can be voted no again, the wording in Article 15 of our Articles of Agreement say that if it is not approved by the state or if it is not approved by one of the towns, that it goes back to the committee to rework and resubmit. I did not see any language in the Articles of Agreement that say that a no vote or a rejection of the plan cancels the process, and that's a concern for me.
Jim? Did you hear him?
Yeah, I can't hear him perfectly well, but I actually understand what Tom's saying. This part of the Cooperative School District Statute RSA 195 was a subject of a legislative study committee a couple of years ago. I was an appointed member of that committee, so I spent a lot of time talking about the process for dissolution or withdrawal in cooperative school districts. And one of the major talking points was that once the process started, is there a way for the committee to basically stop the process if they determine that it's not feasible or not worthwhile to continue pursuing the withdrawal or dissolution of a cooperative school district? The law does provide such a process. The committee early on can take a vote to basically stop if it determines it's not feasible. That Tom is right, I believe, if what he's saying is that the Article 15 process does not contain a provision. It basically requires that the grade reduction committee is responsible for studying the process and formulating a plan, and that they are responsible for bringing that plan forward and ensuring that it is placed on the warrant for a vote at some point in time. So if this is approved, there will at some point in the future be a plan for the reduction of grades that is put before the voters of the cooperative school district.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, that's what I was missing.
Mr. Davidson's uprises again.
Yeah, just quick, Doug Davidson, 85 Rideout. Yeah, that's basically what I was going to say. The point is that there are many exit ramps that are possible, and one of the most possible is if the committee comes back and said, hey, this isn't workable, or the conditions under which we passed it 2 years ago, 5 years ago, whatever the time is, really have changed, and we want to do it a different way now. That option is still there, okay, to change it. And then the other option is to just reject it, to have another warrant and say the reason why we put that in place no longer exists, so we want to change it. So the point is there's many opportunities to reverse or change it or modify it.
Thank you, Mr. Davidson. Comment on that? Yeah, you can comment.
I'm going to pull up the wording at some point later.
Okay, okay, thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to comment on?
Yeah, so we've had hands go up and down, up and down. Someone we have not heard from, the hand is down, but it's up for a long time, so.
Sure, let's see if they have.
Lori.
Lori, just Lori.
Just Lori.
Okay, there is a person, Lori, who wanted to comment, who has not raised their hand anymore. But are you still interested? If you are, we will unmute you.
Sure. Hello?
What's your last? Oh, Lori. I know who you are.
Hi, it's Lori Miller. I'm so sorry. My iPad just has my first name. One point I just would like to make is, whoops, I'm sorry, Lori Miller, 14 Forest View Drive in Hollis. One point I just like to make is we talk about having this study committee. Who is going to be doing the work? And aren't they already taxed with dealing with the pandemic right now? I think it's really inappropriate to be asking our school board and our SAU administration to add on yet one other item onto their plate that's already full of other things. And I will just, that's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Lori. Is there anyone else?
We have Barbara King.
Barbara, again. Have we unmuted her? Yeah.
Hi, Barbara King, 15 Barton Road in Hollis. I had a question. So can next year, say this passes, can next year the same petition warrant article be put on where they say to take 9th and 10th out of the co-op? Is that a possibility?
Yes. Did you just, I'm sorry, they were shifting furniture on. Did you just ask, is it possible for them to, next year, if this fails, to go for 9th and 10th? Yes, that's possible.
No, if it goes forward 7th and 8th, and next year, because everyone's saying, oh, it's just a study, next year, let's take 9th and 10th out of the co-op. Is that a possibility?
Yes, that's a possibility.
So this effectively becomes another way to disband the co-op. And for all the taxpayers and all the property owners, I encourage you to not support this if you like your property values, because just studying breaking up the co-op will impact our property values. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. Is there anyone else?
Yeah, so we have a repeat, but we have a new person who has spoken to this article, Mallory Whistler.
I would like Mallory to speak first, and then we'll go to the repeat.
Hi, Mallory Risler, 14 Hobart Hill Road in Brookline. I just wanted to echo even off of what Barbara even just finished saying. I was at the meeting last year in Brookline where we had to vote on the feasibility study to break up the co-op. And I think where a lot of the frustration comes from is, so last year it was breaking up the co-op, the entire high school. Now this year we're going after the middle school. It's just the continuous question of what's next. And that's what I think people should also be thinking of when they're deciding what to vote for. It's, we really need to think about where these ideas are coming from and what's the source for them and what is the larger idea. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Risler. We have one more person?
Michelle St. John?
Michelle St. John.
I just want to end with saying, you know, it's not broke. What are we trying to fix? Are we trying to break something, or are we trying to fix something with this petition warrant? I just want the folks that are on this call tonight, when you're talking to other individuals about this petition warrant, is there something broken in this co-op? I think the answer to that is no. So why would we want to break it up? Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Is there anyone else? Any other hands raised? Gina? Okay, have you guys received any emails or texts from anyone who seems like they are not able to get it?
Nothing. No.
Any more hands?
I'm assuming no one's going to email me, but, we have a
And
hand.
we've also posted on the Hollis Brookline community page, they can comment that way as well.
Okay.
If they'd like to be added to the list.
Okay.
We have Daniel Palmer
Okay, is he the last one?
at the moment, yes.
Okay, so Daniel,
Yes, hi. I'll be very brief. I just want to follow up on the point I made. Some people commented that it's anti-democratic. I'm certainly not anti-democratic. There is already procedures in place by law where these petition articles have to gain some sort of traction before they can be put in front of the citizens. It appears to be 25 people have to sign on, and there are 14,000 or whatever residents between these two towns. So it's obviously an incredibly easy thing to achieve, to get these petitions on that are, in a lot of times, to Michelle's point, a time waste for a lot of people, because we know what the end result is going to be. So I'm not in any way advocating that there is no way to get these petitions in front of the community, but I am wondering, and I do not know the answer, but I am wondering if there's a way to increase the barriers, if you will, what has to be accomplished to get these petitions in front of the voters. I'm happy to support democracy, but I'm also not interested in wasting my time. And so I'm just curious if there is anything that can be done legally and where that would have to be done to figure out a way to put a little bit more, I don't know what the right word is, some writer I am, but to put a little more criteria that you have to pass before
30 seconds.
these articles get put before the entire community. That's my only point. Thank you so much again for your time.
thank you, Daniel. And to answer your question, that certainly is not under the purview of the board. Changing that law. Go ahead, Jeff. Mr. Garuba.
Thank you. Joe Garuba, 28 Winchester Drive. I just wanted to kind of frame this in the sense of this isn't a question and answer session about state law here, so I just wanted to bring that point up.
Thank you, Mr. Garuba. Are we set? Okay, at this point, I'm going to close public comment at 8:17 p.m. on petition warrant Article 3, and I will open the floor after I read it for petition warrant Article 4. Take my mask off, this is long. Shall SAU 41 and the Hollis Brookline Cooperative Schools hereby affirm our general support for each student's growth and enrichment. In support thereof, we, the legislative body, hereby state the following as a matter of general policy. A, the The family unit is ideally at the core of each individual's social, educational, intellectual, and emotional well-being. B, our schools are a critical element that shall foster an environment where our goal is that all students are enabled to thrive and positively achieve their potential and develop the content of their character accordingly. C, it shall be the primary goal of all teachers and administrators to support these efforts. D, any divisive policy that fosters prejudicial discrimination, segregation, stereotyping, intimidation, censorship, harassment, or retribution based on race or sex is by its nature a threat to our social fabric, morally wrong, and generally unlawful. E, further educational techniques that hinder or prevent fairness, impartiality, equality of opportunity.
Can you speak up, please?
Or conversely, support outcomes of equity redesign, equity-based outcomes, redistribution, retribution, unlearning, or critical race theory are by their nature detrimentally counterproductive to healthy education and the unifying ideals of our greater American society. F, any party so wronged may seek court relief under applicable federal and state laws through and with RSA 354-A, anti-discrimination, RSA 91-A, the right to know et al., noting the enforcement and penalty provisions provided therein. Therefore, we, the legislative bodies of SAU 41 and the Hollis Brookline Cooperative Schools, with our vote, hereby affirm that this article be published and made an integral policy of our school administrative unit and cooperative school district. That is petition warrant Article 4, and we have a presentation on this by Doug Davidson. I will open the floor and have Doug begin. You have 5 minutes exactly.
Thank you very much for allowing me to speak. Just for background check, I'm a former high school teacher. I taught Afro-Asian cultural studies. I've been the ranking member of the budget committee here in the co-op, and I'm a member also of a mixed-race, multi-generational family, including people born on every continent excepting Antarctica and Australia, and also we're part Abenaki and part Cherokee. So anti-discrimination versus critical race theory in our schools. Next slide, please. So I grew up in the 60s, and if there was one message that came out of the 60s, it was what Dr. Martin Luther King taught us. I dream of a day when my 4 children will not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. That, in great part, is the essence of why this petition was filed. Where are we relative to realizing that dream yet? I don't know, but you can ask Almeida King, Dr. Ben Carson, Michael Jordan, Charles Payne, Candace Owens, Morgan Freeman, and Clarence Thomas, their opinion on how far we've come in several generations relative to Dr. Kim's dream is, I think, worth considering. Next slide, please. We're seeing in the schools with the DEI committee and critical race theory around the country, the debate of equity versus equality. We're missing a bullet there. Can you scroll that up, please? It's gone. Okay, so equity versus equality and outcome versus opportunity. They used the analogy at the DEI meeting the other day like a 100-meter race. So equality means that we all get to the starting line at the same time. The gun race starts, and then we finish first, second, third, fourth, fifth, whatever. Equity means that we all get to the starting line, and we all finish at the same time, okay? So that's part of the whole critical race theory and DEI strategy here. So it's outcome-driven versus opportunity-driven. We're looking for common outcomes, and not unlike we were looking at Common Core, driving the least common denominator in terms of avoiding or hindering achievement. So the foot race analogy is really the difference between equity and equality, and the difference between common outcome versus common opportunity. That's the dichotomy here. Next slide, please. So to affect critical race theory and to affect the DEI strategy, you have to look at everything through a prism of racism. So you're looking at identity politics in society. You're looking at defining groups and victims, those that are dominant, those that are subordinate. And the basic premise is all of our laws and our legal institutions are inherently racist. These inequalities need to be corrected, and the norms that we look at today need to be changed. In that process, public and private bonds within communities are grossly weakened. And so we go through a process that's not Socratic or that's not discovery, but that's more of an indoctrination. Now, I received a letter today where that concern was expressed by a parent who will see some of the goings-on in their child's classroom that they saw through the Zoom meetings. Next slide, please. The other critical elements are, again, race-based. White people foster differences that create inequality, systemic prejudice, and subjugation. So my question is, where's the years of racism documentation that have been going on here in the cooperative district or in the entire SAU? I think that if indeed we have systemic racism in the schools, not only should we look at every person in this room and every person in the community, but certainly administrators and the teachers. I, for one, don't think that situation exists. If there are situations where you have some kid putting a swastika in a bathroom or being prejudiced towards one kid or another, those are isolated incidents. But if we've had a systemic race problem in this community, then we should indict all of ourselves, all of our administrators, and all of our teachers, because that documentation hasn't been published, those incident reports haven't occurred, and those police complaints have not been made. So the end game is to make this process of racial dichotomy part of their end game and to normalize that negative discourse. And the methodologies that they use are traditional ones that you see with the Red Guards, Alinsky,
30
and
seconds.
BLM. Next slide, please. So here's the slides from that we saw in San Jose, talking about exactly what I just said. Next slide, please. Here's the same thing. Next slide, please. And then here's the slides that were sent to us, the comments that were sent to us by a parent, given their recent concerns. All right, these are events dated and the quotes that he wrote down during the various meetings and in the interactions with their child. Next slide, please.
That's 5 minutes, Mr. Davidson.
Can you go? Okay, go to the last slide.
5 minutes. I gave you 5 minutes.
Okay, well, you can't go to the last slide. Okay. All right, this will be published on the web. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you. So please support this warrant petition. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, at this point, I'd like to open the floor for comment. Who do we have?
Philip Stevens.
Philip Stevens, please state your name and address for the record.
Hello, my name is Philip Stevenson. I live at 262 Hayden Road, Hollis, New Hampshire. Thank you for allowing me the chance to speak. So my understanding is, or not my understanding, I've actually looked into it, spoken to a lot of people on the committee that this warrant article is in response to, was a committee that the superintendent put together to help address requests from the students who actually recorded a lot of their own instances of experiences that they've had, negative experiences with respect to diversity and inclusion. And there's been a group of people from across the political spectrum, across the spectrum of views, working together for months on this to come together and put together language that is acceptable to a broad array of people, but that also addresses the fact that this is a real issue, and that we need to address it and create ways for people to talk about it. And if you speak to the members of that group of a variety of viewpoints, they say that's exactly what happened just being in the committee, and the result of their work is to strengthen and to press that forward. And I think that the presentation we just showed and the sort of wild references
30
way
seconds.
out of why this was put together and what it's meant to address demonstrates that it's, addressing this sort of paranoid, I don't even know what to call it, view of the intentions of people who want to make sure that those who are being left out or where there are situations where people just felt like they're being left out need to have and should have our support as a community.
Okay, Mr. Stevenson, thank you very much. Your 2 minutes are up.
We have Jarrell Smith.
Mr. Smith, please state your name and address. Jarrell, are you there?
Oh, hi. Did it work? Yep. Yep. Thank you. Jarrell Smith, 42 Rocky Pond Road in Brookline. And chairperson, my apologies for calling out a person in the last comment I made. I think the gentleman just before me basically said it well, so I'm really just reiterating what he said, the intent of the DEI committee really is to look at, to a certain extent, how do we basically give students inside of our school system the resources they need where they're at, regardless of the rest of the school body, to help them to be able to achieve their goals at the highest level without feeling like they have to be demeaned in order to get there. That is pretty much the gist of it. It's not just based on race. It's based on all of our students, those that we might say are advantaged to those that might be disadvantaged. How do we give each of those different groups the resources they need to excel to the level that they truly want to be at? That's really what we're trying to do, and it's not just based on race. It's based on the individual students and what they need.
Okay, thank you. I've received text that I have two members of the Zoom call. I don't know if they can do the chat, but Natalie Hatayan and Robert Mann are both need to be in the list of people who want to speak. I also have a member of the public in person who'd like to speak, and I have some other members. So, Gina, who were you going to put up? Joe, I'm going to get a couple people on Zoom, and then I'll get to you.
Kat McGee.
Kat McGee, go ahead, Kat. Kat?
Yes, thank you. Thanks. I wasn't able to unmute, but there you go. Yeah, I just wanted to say I actually participated in the DEI public call last year and was very impressed with the work that I heard the group that had been together for several months doing. And I see this petition warrant article as in competition for being able to outline what it is that the schools are going to come up with. And I was a little confused by the wording on this, but I had a question actually for Mr. Shaughnessy. I have put petition warrant articles in the town of Hollis before, and they have a template for warrant articles that require that your signatures be on the same page with the wording of the warrant so that they can be sure that the people who've provided their signatures are signing the content of the warrant that you have, and this is not done in that format. So is it considered a legal warrant the way that it's been presented?
Jim, are you there? Can you answer that question? Kat, are you finished?
Yeah, you know, it's a little bit of first of all, Hollis Brookline doesn't have that process requirement, but also when I read the heading at the top of the signature pages, it says that said petition included herein by reference. You know, so then it becomes like, you know, do I really have a legal basis for saying it's not a lawfully signed petition? And, you know, so the district doesn't take that position. I don't think the clerk of the district took that position when they reviewed, or whomever reviewed the signatures to ensure that they conformed with the registered voters. So I don't think it's illegal for it to be a valid petition warrant article.
Okay, and then there's one more question that I have then about the way that it's formulated, because it does seem to want to have the legislative body, which I guess is the people who organize the warrant, are thinking they're speaking for us, all of us, in saying that they want to have relief whereby they can sue the schools if the schools don't implement these words the way they think is correct. So is that something that a petition can actually impose
30 seconds.
on schools and a school board and officials and authorities that we have that we're paying for public services?
Well, so there's a lot of different questions there. What I'll say is, again, a petition warrant article, the default rule is you put it on the warrant unless it's illegal. And a petition warrant article is illegal, for example, if it attempts to give the governing body or the school board authority to take an action that's not legal, or that's not authorized by law.
Mm-hmm.
This petition warrant article, I did review it with my client. It doesn't purport to give the board authority to do something illegal. So there wasn't a clear basis not to put it on the warrant, but I have to say it came somewhat close to that.
Yeah.
Just because some of the language, although possibly well-intentioned, does suggest a limitation on how the district teaches anti-discrimination.
Right.
However, it did pass the legal test. However, this petition warrant article is most definitely advisory only. It will have no binding effect whatsoever on the school board if it passes, because the legislative body does not have legal authority to define the educational policy of the school district.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, educational policy making is by law the duty, responsibility, obligation of the school board that you elect, and not the legislative body. So it's really is this what the voters sort of want to happen, but it's not binding. And finally, it doesn't create a private right of action or a new cause of action for voters to seek additional legal relief that isn't already available. If it's available under the law, then it's available. This doesn't create any new rights for citizens in the community.
Yes, and it says that in here. It says if you want any relief for anti-discrimination, go to this law. So it doesn't really.
Kat, you have like 10 seconds left of speaking. I'm gonna I appreciate the question and answer because some of these questions I was actually gonna ask Jim, but if you have a final point, you might wanna make it. Wait, what happened? Did you unmute her? Okay, so you've been accidentally muted. We're gonna unmute you right now. Got it? Kat, are you there?
Oh yes. I mean, I don't want to belabor the point. I just think in the body of the article, it does quote that RSA 354A is the anti-discrimination law that would cover anyone who felt harmed or who wanted to take action.
Okay, thank you. I think we've got our answer, but I just want to clarify that, Jim, the point Jim made is that this is advisory only, and I think the public just needs to understand that if this were to pass, it is advisory, right? That's pretty much it. Okay.
So I believe,
Oh, Joe. Sorry, I did not forget you. Well, actually, I kind of did, but Mr. Solon helped me out there, so.
Thank you. Joe Garuba, 28 Winchester Drive. I'm speaking in favor of the warrant article to reject critical race theory. Critical race theory is a flawed concept which leads to perpetual division by its rejection of all authority structures. It does not differentiate between benevolent restrictions like those imposed by parents on their children or the benevolent authority of the school board. It portrays all authority as oppression. It perpetuates division by dividing people into various identity groups and seeks to group ideas by identity. Other school districts that have embraced this theory have gone to such measures as declaring merit-based decisions as racist, based simply on the race of those in authority. Bans on cultural appropriation, such as Italian cooks selling Mexican food and similar divisions based on race, are the result of this flawed theory. This is the opposite of what I believe in and what I want to teach my children. I believe people and ideas should be judged by their merit, and I believe people should be encouraged to work together and value their differences. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ruba. I do want to, just for the record, this public comment section opened at 8:19 a.m. I want John to be able to hear that. Or p.m., sorry, not a.m. Sometimes it feels like it. Okay, so we have some more. I see Tiffany's rising, but I said Natalie Ryan, Rob Mann, and then some other people who have raised their hands.
the one with the hand up. But I believe, I wrote down Aaron and David before you told me about Natalie's hand.
Okay, so we'll do Aaron first, then Natalie, and then Rob, right? Okay, Aaron.
Okay, I'm here. So thank you for letting me comment on this. couple of thoughts on this. One of the big things, and I've been involved in this whole DEI thing in various ways over the last 6 months or so. One of the big things that bothers me is the word equity versus equality. And so they're very different in terms of what they mean. Equality means that each student is afforded the same opportunity to succeed as the other students are. Equity means that each student is guaranteed the same outcome, regardless of their effort. And those are very different. And I've been harping on this, in my communications about this curriculum for a while now, and no one seems to recognize that that's the case. I think it's important. This is not, somebody earlier said it felt like something with respect to those of us who were opposing this curriculum. It's not about feeling like, it's about what makes sense. It's about facts. And the whole cancel culture that's going on right now, we shouldn't erase American history. We should recognize that it happened. It's not all good. I got that. But we shouldn't cancel it. We should teach the students what happened, because that's how we prevent mistaking the same things in the future. We should teach what happened and not cancel it.
Thank you.
Right? Yeah. Okay. I'll stop. I'll stop there.
Well, thank you. I think Natalie Hatayan was next on our list.
Yes.
There. Yeah, my name is Natalie Hatayan. I live at 24 Powers Road. I just wanted to stop in here, and I have to say, I grew up in the school system. I'm 23 years old, and I saw this petition. I've never spoken up at a school board meeting before, but I really felt like I had to say something because, as someone who grew up going to the school system, and I'm not far out of it. I, graduated in 2015. I have to say it does a huge disservice to students like myself to not acknowledge the blind spots and to acknowledge critical race theory. I think there's this conversation happening around are these reported or why haven't students come forward? Where are the police reports? And I think that it's very fair and honest of us to say, well, maybe we don't have systems in place that make it easy for students to report. Earlier this year, there was on the Facebook page, really countless experiences being told by students about their experience in the school system revolving race. And I have to say, as someone who graduated and then went out and got a job, and I really, there was a lot that I didn't learn, and that there weren't conversations around about my own blind spots as a person of a white person. And I just think that opening this door up in the school system at Hollis Brookline would literally only make for more open and honest conversations around race.
30 seconds.
I just don't feel it could do any harm to have these conversations when they're out there in the real world. You leave and you're confronted with these things, and why not have a healthy, open conversation in the school district? Why wait until we get to the world to figure it out on our own, So, and I just wanted to say that and stop in as someone who wishes this, I have to say, I just think this petition does students a disservice because they're going to be confronted with all these things once they leave.
Thank you, Natalie. And Rob Mann, you are up next. Rob?
Yeah, we have to find
Hi, yeah, I'm searching for the mute. Misunderstanding, I don't wish to speak to the initiative. However, I wish, Madam Chair, just to point out that this is still in committee under the superintendent's auspices. This does not come before any of the school boards under SAU 41. And I speak because I'm a member of one of the boards, so just for folks who don't know. So I just want to add that, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob. That's a good clarification to make that the Hollis Brookline Cooperative School Board does not have oversight over the body of the SAU 41. It's not how it works. So thanks, Rob. And Rob is the chair of the Hollis School Board. Okay, I'm going to let Tiffany speak next, and then I assume there's some others. Okay. Ms. Testa.
Tiffany Testa, 101 Moore Hill Road. I want to speak to 2 points. One is
Tiffany, I'm having a hard time hearing you. Thank
all
you.
right, restart my time. I want to speak to 2 points. The first is that there were some absolutely false statements that were made previous, so I want to make note of those for the community, because I realize that this work is hard and this work is confusing and there's a lot of terms. Why do I realize that? Because there was a group of 8 of us with extremely diverse views that came together and have worked collaboratively in a bridge building process to define these terms for our town. And I absolutely encourage the community to go and look at all of the minutes of the work that's been done. And also, for the many members of the community that came out and spoke, we heard them. So the thing that's wrong is that there isn't a visual on there that shows a race that shows equity as the outcome, as equal outcome. What there is there's a visual on there that shows equity as equal opportunity. But I don't want to talk about the visuals, I want to talk about real education. And the truth is that equity in education is defined as, and is also defined in the statement that we have made, this group, as equal opportunity, not equal outcomes. So there's agreeance. So to put this warrant article is really just a slap in the face of the process. And I think that community members that are concerned should join the work.
30 seconds.
This is a partisan, divisive warrant article that's out there. So I'll speak again on the second time.
Thanks. Thanks, Tiffany. Okay.
We have Todd Porter.
Todd Porter. Todd, can you hear me?
I can.
Great, we can hear you now. Go ahead and say your name
All
and
right.
address.
Todd Porter, 24 Cameron Drive in Hollis. So I wanted to speak to this this warrant article. Number one, make the point that, within this article, I believe we are setting a dangerous precedent of a small group of people, relatively small, attempting to, leverage their point of view on the community. I think that there is, references to censorship here. I fear that that is the way that this is headed. Once we say we can't teach certain things, that becomes a dangerous precedent to set. I also think that, in terms of the way the article's written, there are a lot of terms there in quotations that aren't adequately defined. I think, we haven't really been given the background in terms of what those terms are for a lot of people that are reading this for the first time. So I think, we're seeing a lot of alarmist language in the presentation that we had up front in terms of what this means and how we must protect, our children. And I think that just becomes a vehicle for that group of people to be able to leverage their point of view and dictate what the schools teach. And I'm obviously against that. And I think, in terms of the way the language is written, it reads as very mom and apple pie, but hidden within this is a lot of dangerous concepts, a lot of attempts at censorship and thought policing. And I think I am firmly against this, and I would encourage you to vote similarly. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Porter.
We have John G.
John G.
John G.
John G. Okay, this must be. John, are you there? John? Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Please state your name.
Okay. Jonathan Garuba, 30 Meadow Drive. I'd just like to say that CRT is a fundamentally flawed idea. Correcting and solving inequality cannot be done through a process which institutionalizes grouping of peoples by identity. That process in and of itself is inherently discriminatory and contradictory. I reject racism of all types, and accepting CRT will lead to unintended consequences. Thank you.
Thank you. Someone else? Anyone else?
Okay, so we have a repeat, but we have a new one. We have Katie.
Katie, so let's let Katie go first before we have a repeat. Do we have someone, and you would like to speak to, sir, out there? Okay, so you'll come up after. Is there a couple more? We're going to do Katie, and then we'll do you, sir. Katie?
Hi, Katie Parikh, 8 Peterson Road, Brookline. I just wanted to talk about the point 1 in the article about the family unit being at the core, which when you read it at first glance seems like a really nice idea, but for me, after I thought about it a little bit, I think that's actually it's a little bit discriminatory against, like, say, kids who don't have a really stable family unit, children in foster care, something like that. I think if we word something like this into our school culture, then you're going to be leaving those kids out, and they're going to feel like they have some sort of less chance for success because they don't have this stable family unit at the core of their experience. I really think, the core of the child's experience is the child themselves. And then, I do feel that the language in Part E is like a motion for censorship, and I just really do not support any of this. So that's what I wish to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Katie. Okay, sir, the person who's here in the flesh, could come on up.
Thank you. My name is David Warner, 148 Ridge Road, beautiful town of Hollis. I'm also on the DEI Commission. This has nothing to do with the work of the DEI Commission. A little bit surprised that anybody would connect it to. It has to do with a theory of racism called critical race theory. It's also known by another name called building equity. A young student in 2nd grade reported that they first were brought into the classroom and then were given an oppression test, is what the child called it. They were given words, and they were asked to say which was the oppressor and which was the oppressed. And the list was, first on the list was white people. Second was the American government. Third was Christianity, and so on. And the answer was, in each case, each of those was an oppressive group. And the philosophy of critical race theory is that our entire country is white privilege, white racism. We need to take down the Constitution, we need to take down Christianity, and we need to replace it with something else. The third stage of the critical race theory is after you get the kids to admit that they are either a member of the oppressive class or the oppressor, that they then go through an unlearning process. And the unlearning process tells them to tear down the Constitution, tear down Christianity, forget what mom and dad told you, and trust the teacher to guide you to what? To an equitable outcome.
30 seconds.
Yeah, I'm sorry. What I'm asking people to do by this warrant is wake up to this critical race theory. It is a national movement. It's not anything to do with this DEI commission. It is an offensive and violent approach going after 2nd and 3rd graders. There's a wealth of ideas out there that are much superior to that. The young lady who talked about discussing racism, I agree. I came from California. The kids around here are clueless about what's really going on in the world race-wise.
Your 2 minutes.
Thank you very
Mr.
much.
Werner. Thank you.
Okay, so we have a Kathy.
Okay, Kathy. Kathy, please state your
Hi,
name.
this is Kathy Grossman, 140 Ridge Road in Hollis.
Thank you, Kathy. Go ahead.
I just wanted to say clearly that I'm very against this petition. One of the things, there's many reasons, but one in Part D, they talk about not wanting censorship. And then in Part E, they elaborate all the ideas they want to censor. This is ridiculous. It hamstrings the educational process, the teachers, the school boards, and does a disservice to all of our students' education. And I want to strongly say that I'm against it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Grossman.
I'm just trying to see. So I do have Aaron from KTEC again, but he's spoken already today. I have Michelle St. John who has not.
She has not spoken to this yet?
To this,
Okay, so we'll take Michelle next because she hasn't spoken to this yet. Michelle?
Yep, thank you. Michelle St. John, 29 Orchard Drive, Hollis. I am very much against this petition warrant article. I won't go into the details of the content. I think it speaks for itself with contradiction and setting its own agenda, again, from a very small local group, trying to dismantle our system as it stands, which has been effective for decades here in Hollis and Brookline. But more importantly, I feel that this was a last-minute petition with a very specific agenda to bypass the SAU-appointed DEI committee who has worked together, who has listened to each other and the differences, had public hearing where they got input from members of the public. It is a process, and this should not take precedence over a designated committee where the work to listen to the students and to ensure that everyone in our community has the tools that they need to succeed as students. And as the young woman, the young graduate spoke, we do need to acknowledge our past, and we need to acknowledge the stories and the history that wasn't told because of the oppression on to the people that they weren't allowed to tell those stories. So I vehemently oppose
30 seconds.
this, and I know that the school board and the voters will do the right thing by this. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Who else do we have? We have Aaron. Let's let Aaron go.
Aaron, I have Anna Birch, I have Drew Morrissey, and then Natalie Hatayan.
Okay, wait, so you have some, okay, we'll let Aaron go first because go ahead, Aaron.
Okay, I think I'm unmuted at this point.
Yes.
So my points relative to that, and actually they're amplified now by what I just heard, is that we should teach history, but we should teach it in an unrevisionist manner. We should teach what really happened. History isn't all good. Some bad history happened, and we should teach that to our students, right? And Todd made the point earlier, what should we teach? Right? And so we need to think about this point, and this is the key, I think, to this whole argument, is that if our teachers are teaching the students what to think and not how to think, they have failed as teachers. And that's what this is all about. And I'll stop there.
Thank you, Aaron. Okay, I think you said you have Anna Birch next? Anna Birch. Okay, Tiffany, can I do Anna first? Because you spoke to this already. Anna, go ahead.
Hi, Anna Birch, 16 Broad Street. Speaking of teachers, I just wanted to say, I'm very much against this article, and I have a son in 8th grade, and I can't tell you how deeply impressed I am with the teachers, Mr. Caprero, Dr. DeRosa. I just feel like, my son has learned so much in these classes. I can't wait for him to go to high school and have Mrs. Balfour, and so on and so forth. I just feel like they're doing an amazing job, and they are getting the kids to really think. I can't believe the conversations my son comes home, talking about what he's thinking about. So, and I also want to say I'm really impressed with the DEI committee. I've gone to 1 or 2 meetings just to listen, and again, broad spectrum of people having these conversations. I've been impressed, and I just want to say I'm against this article. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Anna. I think you said we have Drew Morrissey.
Drew Morrissey.
I still have one. Drew hasn't spoken yet, so we're going to do Drew, and Tiffany's being patient. So, Drew, you can go ahead.
Hi, this is Drew Morrissey. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you state your address?
Okay. Yes, I'm at 8 Hills Farm Lane in Hollis. So I have a couple of things to say. While I support the warrant conceptually, I don't support it as written. I'm a parent of 2 children, Hughes and HPS, and what I'm really not hearing from anybody is the audience that critical race theory should be targeted at, particularly in terms of their age groups. Critical race theory was a series of ideas that originated in college, and these are college-level ideas that we do need in some respect to teach our children, but I certainly, as a parent, want to have some input as to the appropriate age for some of these things. And the trouble with teaching young kids, for example, in HPS, is that when it comes from a teacher, it's not just a suggestion, it's more like authority. So, you know, for the same reason my child who goes to HPS believes in Santa Claus, because I told him about Santa Claus, he's going to believe anything he's told. And therefore, I really think that what we need to be talking about is the appropriate age and the appropriate ideas that we start introducing our kids to these. Thank you.
Thank you, Drew. And just a point of clarification, this is the cooperative school board, and so we actually oversee grades 7 through 12. Just to clarify, currently, right now.
Okay, and just if I could just follow up on that, my older son's going into 7th grade next year. I want to have input as to how these ideas are communicated. I've seen and heard a lot of reasonable suggestions, and I've heard what I'll just refer to as radical suggestions. And I feel as a parent, I need input on that.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. Is there one more? Go ahead, Tiffany. You go up, and Gina, then you can tell me.
Tiffany Testa, 101 Moore Hill Road. A few more points that I want to make is don't be fooled. I do believe that this is against the process and the work that is already there. And the reason I believe it is the first slide we saw in the presentation had DEI/CRT. Diversity, equity, and inclusion is not critical race theory. Critical race theory has never been mentioned in any of the work in DEI. Not once. Go check the minutes. Not only that, but critical race theory is not being taught in our schools, nor is it in the curriculum. You can go look at the curriculum. Critical race theory is also not rampant and prevalent in our nation, because I am also an educator in Massachusetts, and it's not all over the place. Is it in some pockets? Yes. So is also creation theory, too. I was in Merrimack when we fought that. So the idea of critical race theory and diversity, equity, and inclusion is not just about race, it's about each individual. In addition, there is a part here, Part D, that says any divisive policy that fosters prejudicial discrimination, segregation, intimidation, and censorship, well, by the actual statement there, that would be this warrant article. This is divisive. It's intimidating, it's censorship by listing every single word that can't be said. And talk about words.
30
There were
seconds.
complaints about, oh, this is an undefined term. There are so many undefined terms in this warrant article. And the biggest one of concern would be equity distribution. That's the fear that something will be taken from you and given to someone else. That is not equity in education. Equity in education is giving every student what they need. And it has nothing to do with equal outcomes. So please, don't be duped by this warrant article. We're doing the work. Join it.
Thank you, Tiffany. We have some people, before you get to Mr. Davidson, we have some people here.
Natalie Buchanan.
Okay, Natalie's a repeat.
Repeat Todd Porter.
Okay, who else?
Gregory Darbone.
Can we do him, please? He hasn't spoken yet.
Hello.
Hi, Gregory.
This is Greg.
No, I think we have Todd.
What do you want?
I need to get to Gregory.
Who do you want to speak?
Okay, Gregory, thank you.
Okay, I'll speak first. I'm Greg Darbone at 65 Cleveland Hill Road, Brookline, New Hampshire. And I have had two kids who went through the school system. I'm very proud that they did, and a great system. I'm talking more as a veteran here than as just a voter. I think Mr. Morrissey and the lady who just spoke very well about this whole situation. I want to tell the voters that we are the envy of New Hampshire with our school system. We veterans are invited into the elementary schools, the middle school, and the high school to speak to those kids during the various holidays that veterans are associated with. In fact, a few years ago, the principal of the high school, and it's not Mr. Barnes, but the one before him, maybe, but they wanted to do away with one holiday to increase the academic year. So they decided Veterans Day would be the one that's not going to be celebrated. The kids put together a petition to make sure that that holiday was celebrated. The kids said, we grew up with these veterans and we want to celebrate them. So I personally do not think we have an issue. I understand this is something that's boiling up throughout our country, but I think here in our school system, we have teachers and parents who understand that, yes, we've had bad history, we need to teach it, but we also have great history, and we need to celebrate it. So I applaud the parents who want to be involved, but I also applaud that the school district, the teachers, the principals, and the school board all want to celebrate that we are a great nation in very different ways, but we are a great nation. So I don't think this is a problem, and I don't think this is a problem that needs a solution for our school district. We should monitor it, yes, but that's a parent's responsibility and the school board's responsibility. Thank you very much.
So, new speakers that have come before, we have Julie Desmarais.
Okay, let's have Julie go first, and then we'll go to Mr. Davidson because he's standing, and then we'll go to the other speakers. So Julie?
Hi, I'm Julie Damaris, 24 Mill Road in Hollis. Just want to say that I'm against this petition. Somebody previously commented that teachers shouldn't be teaching our kids what to think, and I agree. I do, however, think that they should be taught how we have come to think the way we do, and how historical events and decisions that have been made throughout history have influenced the way we look at things socially, our worldviews, our socioeconomic positions. The way this petition is written, with the first item being that the center of our education, of our kids' education, should be coming from the family unit. I think that's intended to take the responsibility out of the school setting, where everyone should feel that they are seen and heard, and that they understand that they have a place there, and that they understand what discrimination is and how to avoid that and learn from our mistakes. So that would be my input. And I just think it's really important that as our kids go out into the world, especially in these later grades, that they have an understanding of these, historical events that have happened, and the reason that we might all, think the way we do. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Maris. Okay, Mr. Davidson?
And if, Mr. Davidson, if we could have you speak up, please. People on the Zoom are having a difficult time hearing.
Okay, Doug Davidson, 85 Ryder Road, Hollis. Yeah, just to clarify a couple of things that have been said here. There's no way in this petition anywhere, any wording that restricts communication, talking, and even using the words, okay? All right, it's the words foster. So we want to foster prejudicial discrimination and segregation. We want to foster policies that are against those things, all right? And that's explicitly stated there. And further, in the other section, we're talking about fairness and partiality, and we're looking at supporting or not supporting outcomes of equity redesign, equity-based outcomes, and redistribution. So related to the term equity, if Ms. Testa thinks that the wording should be changed, then the words mean things. Equity means what it means. So why doesn't she not use that term? Why doesn't she have the committee not use that term and talk about equal opportunity? The committee's tried to redefine the term equity to mean equal opportunity. They don't mean the same thing, as several people have commented on. So why don't we use the right words? Why don't we use equal opportunity, all right? Why don't we say we're against discrimination in all forms, okay? And why don't we go about using those sorts of words rather than trying to change the definition of the words as they're written in the dictionary? So I don't understand that strategy. I would suggest that she do that, please. If she did that and rejected critical race theory, we probably wouldn't even need a petition, but that hasn't happened.
Thank you, Mr. Davidson. Okay, so I feel like we have a couple more people on Zoom, and I think at this point, yeah, I'd like it, we could probably end this. I mean, we have the two people, 2 or 3?
We have 3 people, but we have 1 new speaker.
Okay, so let's just take them in order as they've raised their hands. Go.
I'm just checking the order, I'm sorry. Todd Porter.
Todd Porter?
Hello, Todd Porter, 24 Cameron Drive again. So I just wanted to add to what I said earlier that, I think in this article, we're not giving enough credit to, number one, the administrators. We're not giving enough credit to the teachers in our schools, who everybody has spoke very highly of. And we're not giving enough credit to our students, to be able to think critically. I understand, 7th, 8th graders, that is a fear. And as a parent, I was often fearful of what, they would bring home from school or, talking to their friends. But, I think encouraging the discussion, encouraging the open conversation about these things is not a bad thing. I think once we start trying to limit what is discussed in the school, again, is going to detract from the administrators from doing their job, the teachers from successfully doing their jobs, and the students to be given the opportunity to think critically and say, do I agree with what's being said, or do I question it? Do I challenge it? I really, on the whole of this Warren article, I disagree with every fiber in my being to say that we need to, as a community, take the decision out of the hands of the professionals, the teachers, the administrators that we have trusted with our children's education for a good portion of their lives, and then try and limit what they can and what they can't say to our students and what they can and can't teach. And again, this is all kind of hypothetical. None of these concepts are currently being taught, as from what I'm hearing. So this is really just an attempt to leverage a point of view on a group in our community, and I disagree with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Porter. I believe we have 2 more speakers, and then we're going to end the public comment portion of this public hearing.
Colleen Mikovich.
Colleen Mikovich? Colleen?
Yep. Thank you. Yes, I'm here. I'm Colleen Mikovich, 29 Ironworks Road, Brookline, New Hampshire. I'll try to read what I wrote quickly here, and I apologize if it's repetitive. I was out of the meeting for part of this. I'm strongly opposed to this the petition. It's poorly written, incredibly vague. There is no definition of divisive, yet it asks the community to allow the district to be sued under anti-discrimination and right to know law for anything deemed divisive. It asks the SAU to accept that concepts such as unlearning and critical race theory are by their nature detrimentally counterproductive to healthy education. This in itself cannot and should not be accepted by a district seeking to teach reality and to teach our children history and civics. This petition opens up the district to lawsuits for even putting this forward to the community. It also attempts to create a right to seek damages for words and concepts spoken and discussed while not being clear as to who would be liable for uttering those words, and then asks a local municipality to wrongly interpret state anti-discrimination law to include concepts the petitioners do not like or do not want their children exposed to. This simply cannot be done, and it is not legal on so many fronts. It is essentially asking the district to discriminate by teaching only a preferred anti-inclusive and fake version of history,
30 seconds.
and then ask the district hold itself and its teachers liable for anyone who chooses to teach history and or social emotional learning concepts in a non-discriminatory, honest, and inclusive way. So essentially, the petition is asking SAU staff to discriminate, then hold themselves liable for non-discriminatory free speech under anti-discrimination law. And honestly, this petition would be laughable if it wasn't just such a sad reflection of some of the hateful.
Thank you, Colleen.
To the last speaker that you had referenced things that we would close is Natalie Hatayan.
Okay, Ms. Hatayan.
Hold on 1 second, please.
Hi again. My name is again Natalie Dan, 24 Powers Road, Hollis. And I just, a few times it was brought up by some of the speakers, some of the things, the ideas that I had mentioned about being a recent graduate. And I just want to say, I think there's this petition raises an unfortunate view, kind of perspective of critical race theory. And I think it's actually really unfortunate because if that, and this again hasn't even really entered the school system yet, but if it were to, it basically means we think critically about race in the community. And which again is something that would be such a disservice to deprive students of in any way, shape, or form. You know, and it's simply not discrimination against it. The petition doesn't make very clear that it does not. It's simply not discrimination against students or the community to acknowledge the harsh history of race in this country. There's a objective truth to it that is hard to swallow, just like many things in history are. But you can't, I mean, you can't, you know, critical race theory applies to it in a way that's honest and gives us the opportunity to have honest conversations that don't make us feel good, but sometimes that happens.
Thank you, Natalie. Okay, at this point, we're going to close the public comment portion of the public hearing at 9:13 p.m. And I'm going to close the public hearing at 9:14 p.m. Wow, it just changed. Look at that. No, so still 9:13, Dawn, sorry. Okay, 9:13 p.m.
Did we want to, since the public hearing is closed, do we want to shut off the Zoom and have everyone tune into live stream?
Yes, that would be great. So since the public hearing is now closed, we will be shutting down the Zoom, and you can watch the rest of our meeting on live stream. We will, which you can access through the SAU website. I'm going to take a 2-second break, maybe 4 seconds. I'm actually going to use the restroom, and then we can come back. What? I might have to fight Liz for it. I'll find something.
No, I get it. Where's the candy?
Yeah. Right here. Now it's time for candy. You have to exercise to get it out. You know, all I wanted to do is turn around and grab candy. Throw it at you. Oh, I would have done that too. Protein? Little protein. Few nuts in there.
Exactly. I'm coming.
Move the alley, but if we moved the podium, we would have been fine. But
We're still like falling apart. She's got braces on.
yeah, well, yeah, but it was interesting. Christine was commenting about not being able to. Like, she commented that I think it was an audio recording. Like, yes, it's a weird day. She commented multiple times.
So if they join the Zoom, they would hear that loud.
Yeah.
If they watch the stream, they would hear the microphone that's next to them.
Yes.
So it'd be loud and clear.
Yeah.
So if they weren't, at all going to talk, they might have been better just watching it.
Yeah.
The calendar?
Is this yours, Mark? Yeah.
back to order.
They love it, okay. They like having, some people like having a
Okay. We're going to continue on with our meeting and reconvene at, we're reconvening at, gosh, my glasses.
9:19.
9:19 p.m. So here we go. Wait, I better write that down over here. 9:19. Okay. 9:19 p.m. reconvening. 9:19. Okay. We have some discussion items. The draft school calendar. Gia.
Yes. So thank you so much for this opportunity to discuss one of my favorite activities. This time, which was developing a calendar around who knows what the future will be like. But we tried to stick with what we typically do, which is have teachers return the Monday prior to Labor Day. So the start of the school year looks very typical. 7th and 9th grade orientation on that Wednesday before Labor Day. Moving into November, we have Veterans Day on November 11th, which is a Thursday. And then we would come back for Friday. So the thought would be we would put the professional day on that Friday, so families would have a 4-day weekend, but our teachers would be here on that Friday because we don't have the voting day. So that gives us some more flexibility. And then looking at December, December 24th is a Friday. And then looking over, I decided to propose to put the second professional development day on December 23rd to just extend that December vacation a little bit for families who potentially want to travel. So that would be a teacher-only day on December 23rd. The reason why I kind of looked to December was if you take a look at February, President's Day is late this year, so that would put our vacation for New Hampshire, which not all districts follow, but we typically do, the 4th Monday of February, which is the 28th, which means the bulk of our vacation is actually in March. Sometimes I take a look at our voting day as a professional development day, but it seems silly to have a week off, come back for one day, and then take a day off. I knew that I would have a friend who might comment on that, so I decided not to even try. So anyway, so looking at that, and then April is typical, May is typical. This kind of puts our last day of school that includes 5 snow days on June 21st, with our last day for teachers and the co-op June 24th. Any comments, questions, concerns, suggestions? I'm here for you.
I love it. Whoa.
I'm sorry, can we just put this date in the calendar? It's a first.
It's supposed to be really late.
What did she say?
She said she loved it. I just want that in the notes, Dawn.
No, just, this meets all of the professional staff requirements.
It does, yeah.
Gives them all their professional days, and it meets all of our student requirements in terms of student, well, we
Absolutely.
don't have to count days, but it gives us what we generally try to shoot for days.
Exactly, yep.
Okay, great. Those are my questions. It's gonna really compress district meeting season, but that's just because it's going to really compress district meeting season. This is not in the deliberations tonight, right?
No, it was just to put it out there to
This
get
is
feedback
out there
before I
for-
even pretend to go to the other districts.
Okay.
We can't do anything about it.
Did you have a question, Tom, that you thought would be something you need to know before you take action?
I'm good.
Okay, okay. Is there any other questions or comments? Looks great. Thanks for your hard work on this.
I love the colors.
And so, I can't see the colors.
They're black and white.
Oh. There you go. Okay, so next item on our. Is there? Yeah. Okay, great. Fantastic.
Yours or mine?
Take mine.
Great. Maybe have I done something to it? Did I push a button?
Yeah, I don't need mine anymore. I don't need mine anymore, just use mine.
Yeah, and I'll swap with Gina if we need it.
I think we should get headsets.
Wireless, so we
That's not gonna reach me.
Mine will, and then I'll move to Gina's chair if I have to.
My wife says she's not getting any audio.
At all? Okay. Maybe it's no. Okay, let's see.
Testing.
Do you know anyone can you hear? Wait, Drew Mason's watching too. I'm going to ask him if he can hear. I think he's watching. I just called you out, but nobody can hear me, so.
I will get a text from Dawn McMillan.
Yeah, if she
because I
can't hear.
always do if it doesn't, it's not coming through.
Okay. But she,
Yep.
you can hear me? Okay. Barbara King said I can hear. Sound is very faint, says Drew Mason, but people can hear. I will be louder. Is that better? Raise your hand.
I just got a text, we can hear everything.
Okay, great. Okay, so next on our discussion is the Articles of Agreement for the Cooperative School District. This is separate from, oh goodness, now I'm getting all sorts of things. Okay, thank you. Everybody who knows me is.
You gave the whole town your cell phone number now.
Yeah. You said your phone number out. People text. No, these were people who are on my contact list. I know them. Okay, so the next portion of the discussion is related to the Articles of Agreement that we have had a small group of us working on in terms of making some changes for the Cooperative School District to clean them up and such. This is completely separate from a petition warrant article related to the Articles of Agreement. This has nothing to do with that. This is separate. So I'm going to let, who's speaking to this, Superintendent? Is this?
I have no problem, and then I know Tom and Liz have been working on it.
Okay, so you'll speak to what Jim has kind of
Yes.
told us? Okay, great.
Our attorney, James O'Shaughnessy, provided you with what I'll call a cover letter. And then we've gone through and done the work to update our Articles of Agreement. Jim provided us with his thoughts on best way to approach it with regard to a warrant article. In speaking with the chair, one of the things that has been very effective with apportionment and significant items is the potential to potentially schedule a separate meeting where this is the focus, because we're trying to clean up, items. And I think if you were to do it at an annual meeting of this year, you've got a time crunch, number one. Number two, I think it will be very confusing for voters, because there's also already something on the Articles of Agreement on there. But Jim wanted to provide you this and give you the opportunity to kind of review it.
Great, thanks. So I think we have a couple of different questions in front of us. One is, the first thing would be, A, do we want to make these changes? B, or we don't make the changes. Do we want to present this to the voters to make these changes? B, would the board be amenable to doing this at a special meeting that's separate from the annual meeting and gives us, and I'm going to advocate for this, gives us the time and energy to pull it off of the regular district warrant and allow for time to really present it and have voters present for that. And then the second piece, and then maybe I'm overspeaking, is to address a little bit of what he's suggesting, which is there's two different methods he's suggesting as to how to present the article. So, and there's probably something I've forgotten that Tom will help me remember. So, comments? This is a discussion. I'm done. I advocate for doing a special meeting, and I think the first way is better, my opinion. Okay. Anybody else? Anybody? Bueller?
Liz, have you looked at it?
Bueller?
I hear everything you're saying. The board voted the last meeting that we are going to put forth these changes. That was a decision. So the question at hand is how? The default would be to add it to our annual meeting, and sometime between now and whenever that meeting is, we would have to have a hearing on this. What's been proposed by Andy, and I think is supported by you, is, and it's allowed within the Articles of Agreement, is to have a separate standalone meeting specifically to address the Articles of Agreement. Now, I don't have a particular objection to that, because again, I'm not overly worried about how big an audience we get, because I don't feel that we're looking to make any substantive changes. We're not, it doesn't have any, it doesn't change anything about what we're doing or how we're run. Conversely, it makes the Articles Agreement agree with what we're doing and how we're run. So from that standpoint, I have no objections to breaking it out. But if we are going to do that, particularly if we're looking at an in-person meeting for our district meeting, I would like to have this done before that rather than after it.
Okay. Liz, did you have a comment? You seem like you do. Actually, I just agree with Tom. I am concerned about us getting folks at another meeting this year, or what we end up at that meeting is a remnant, and we end up with an Articles of Agreement that ends up vastly different than what we want it to be.
So you're concerned that other amendments will be proposed? Is that, I guess maybe I'm not sure.
I mean, if we have a special meeting, can they have, I guess this is maybe it's a question
Yeah,
for Jim.
you bring up a point I hadn't
If we have a
considered.
special meeting, can we end up with new petition warrant articles that are going to get heard at the special meeting? And then we end up having to debate changes that are in addition to what we're proposing? Or does it give another bite at the apple? Like, you know, we've already got one petition warrant article dealing with the grades. Do we basically end up with having a second round of that at the second meeting?
If that's the case, then I'm very much opposed to opening it.
Either I fell asleep or this is the first time I've even considered having a special meeting for this.
We just talked about it, and this is the first you're probably hearing of it, yes.
Okay, so it's taken me a little off guard. So I'm not loving it, and I can think of it becoming kind of just maybe disruptive and not necessarily get us what we want. I mean, I think, you know, here's the problem. Let's face it, the problem is our meetings are too stinking long. They last forever. They're a huge burden upon the administration. They're a huge burden upon the board, and they're a huge burden upon the public. And so when we add one more thing to the warrant that actually needs to get done, it becomes just one more burden. But at this point, I don't think that means having another meeting. I just think we suck it up and hope that some of the stuff that's on we've already discussed tonight gets tabled, because I think that the feeling in the room may be that those are issues that shouldn't get discussed, and the cleanup on a petition on this particular Articles of Agreement should get discussed, because we haven't done some of this stuff the entire time I'm on the board, such as, you know, the joint meeting between us and the Hollis board and the Brookline board hasn't occurred in anybody on this board's memory. So this is really just making things reflect reality. It's not trying to do anything substantial. I understand the concern, but I think doing it as a separate meeting is only going to make it worse.
Liz, would you have that same concern if legal counsel tells us that it would simply be have a hearing,
An up or
have a
down?
meeting, and then it's an up-down vote?
Well, we did apportionment, and it was only apportionment, and we didn't have anything else.
No, but you could amend the motion. That's our
Yeah,
concern.
the problem is
Can you
you
amend
could
it?
amend we could amend the warrant. That's the issue. That's why it makes a bigger, do we need to make this decision tonight?
No.
Because we could make it in March.
And the reason I say no is because you're going to make a decision tonight that's going to move your annual meeting.
And we just need to post the warrant 14 days before the meeting?
Right, so there, we could go back to Jim, get the answers to these questions, and decide, A, if we did a separate meeting, is it only, and can it only be on the one piece?
Okay.
B, is it better to add it to the overall warrant if we're moving it to, say, April 10th or April 17th? Because now we have until the end of March, which gives us time to post it, a public hearing for our next board meeting. And take those steps to put it onto the warrant article.
No, the real big question one is, if it's a standalone meeting,
Right.
what action is permissible at that meeting? Can the article be amended? Number one. Number two is, can other changes to the Articles of Agreement be
Also
added to
amended.
that meeting by petition?
But also, if we add this to the warrant now, we couldn't get petition warrant articles, but people could still amend it if it's at our regular
That's
town
true,
meeting.
but in that context, and this is where I'm for bringing this point in full agreement, I wasn't concerned with getting people out for it if it's just an up-down vote. But if it's an amendable warrant, it's very important that the largest portion of our voting population
Yeah.
is present at the time.
I mean, the worst thing, if it's an up-down vote and
Okay.
10 people show up and it fails, we're stuck with an outdated Articles of Agreement, but we can live with it. If certain sectors show up and it becomes
Okay.
an agenda-driven item, then it becomes very difficult.
So let's get some more research done on this.
I think
then,
that's a
and
great
some more
idea.
information, but I will say, I will argue pretty heavily, unless you can convince me otherwise, that putting this on our warrant this year, given the fact that we just spent 2 hours at a public hearing on four warrant articles that will bring out more people, could put us into that place where we have a meeting that goes 2 or 3 days. And I'm concerned because if they can amend this in any way, if people can amend this, you're going to have a couple hundred sets of eyes looking at this and wordsmithing it and wanting to make some changes. And that's okay, that's great, but I would rather do that in a standalone meeting. Beth, did you have a?
Yeah, no, I agree. I want more information on it, and I normally would agree completely with what you're saying. I always prefer that, to kind of break that apart and have that time, but I also worry just with the pandemic and the way things are and finding a way to make a big meeting safe and then having to do more than one big meeting
I
safe.
understand
So
what you're saying.
that's one of my other reservations, but I'd like to know the answers to those questions first. But
Did you happen to?
I got
Okay, great. So we will not deliberate on this tonight, but we will bring it to Jim and he'll bring it back to us.
But I do want to point out that we voted last time that this is going to be presented as a warrant article, so.
Yeah, but we didn't vote how.
Right, so it either is a separate meeting or it's not. It's not, we don't put it off unless we
Oh, but
take
we
another
could
vote.
table it
Yeah.
until 2022 and just deal with it. So, I mean, that's another, we voted to move it forward.
Right.
We could also vote to table it as well.
Is that true?
I think so, can't we?
I don't know if you can do that or if you have to do it at the meeting on the item.
It's possible.
I have a question.
Yes, Cindy.
That we can also find out, what if at the meeting, the other article that's on the petition warrant, don't we have to come back to this Articles of Agreement at some point and redo it again anyway?
Mhm.
So if it's
passed.
only a housekeeping thing and it doesn't change, I would be fine with putting it on this year. But if it has any kind of changes, or if we are going to have to turn around after the petition warrant gets voted on, should it pass, then that changes the whole Articles of Agreement anyway. So we'd have to have a public hearing and a special meeting, right?
No.
No?
Not for this year.
No,
No.
if we had this, regardless of where we have it and it passes, and if the petition warrant article were to pass also, it just means that the document that gets published and posted would incorporate both changes.
Mhm.
Not
Right, it's like what this whole thing started with Jim certifying it with the clerk, and it would get certified with the clerk and the change would be made.
Has the question been asked as to whether the petition warrant articles can be amended from the floor?
Has the question been asked to the attorney?
Yeah.
If whether the four that we just debated,
Yeah.
if they can be amended? I could ask the moderator, right? I mean, we could ask the attorney, but my sense is yes. Can't we amend anything? The legislative body can amend anything.
There are certain types that you can and certain that you can't.
I think there are a couple, but I believe.
My understanding, Tom, is that you could amend them, you could also table them. In SB2, you can only amend the amounts,
this is an SB2.
Right, I'm just saying, but I think that might.
So for example, we could take the I don't even want to
Yeah,
say it.
let's not go through the examples. It's just, I believe, and I guess we can check with the attorney, but I believe that maybe the SB2 one not so much, but the other three would be.
If we could just ask, are any of the petition warrant articles not amendable from the floor?
Will you check with Jim on that too?
Yep.
Thank you.
Oh, what is? Hold on one second, that's true. Okay, so we're not going to take a vote on the articles of agreement tonight. So at this point, we're going to go right into deliberations, right? Is that where we are on the agenda?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so just out of procedural question, do I need to read the warrants before we take a vote? Yes? Okay. So, we're at deliberations at this point. We need to see what action the board will take regarding the recommendations for the fiscal year 2022 warrant articles, including those submitted by citizens petition. I will be reading them, and then we will have a motion, and then we'll have a conversation, I think, right? After the motion, we can discuss, and then we vote, right? Okay. So Article 1, to see if the school district will vote to approve the cost items for the first year of a 3-year collective bargaining agreement reached between the Hollis Brookline Cooperative School Board and the Hollis Education Support Staff for the 2021 to 2022, 2022 to 2023, and 2023 to 2024 school years, which calls for the following increases in support staff salaries and benefits at the current staffing levels. Fiscal year 2021 to 2022, the estimated increase is $117,065. And further, to raise and appropriate the sum of $117,065 for the first fiscal year 2021-22 school year, such sum representing the additional costs attributable to the increase in support staff salaries and benefits required by the new agreement over those that would be paid at current staffing levels. The Budget Committee recommends this 601. I need a motion by a member to recommend these articles or recommend Article 1 as presented.
So moved.
Second. Who said that?
Beth
And Krista. Okay, and are there any comments on this, or anybody want to comment? No. Okay. Seeing no, all those in favor of recommending? Any opposed? No. Okay, so we are 7-0 on that one. Article 2. Okay, I can't see. I have to do the glasses. To see if the school district will vote to approve the cost items for the first year of a 3-year collective bargaining agreement reached between the Hollis Brookline Cooperative School Board and the Hollis Education Association for the 2021, 2022 to 2022 to 2023 to 2023 to 2024 school years, which calls for the following increases in professional staff salaries and benefits at the current staffing levels. Fiscal year 2021 to 2022 estimated increase is $228,316. Fiscal year 2022 to 2023 estimated increase is $294,057. Fiscal year 2023 to 2024 estimated increase is $330,369. And to further raise and appropriate the sum of $228,316 for the fiscal year 2021-2022 school year, such sum representing the additional costs attributable to the increase in professional staff salaries and benefits required by the new agreement over those that would be paid at current staffing levels. Is there anything else that right? Okay. I need a motion to recommend Article 2.
So moved.
So moved by Krista, seconded by Tom. Is there any discussion on this? Comments? Okay.
Is that the typical way that gets worded, that we're approving the first year? Because we won't vote on this again.
So it's, all 3 years are there, but we're raising and appropriating only the first year for this budget year.
Because it's not in the budget. In future years, by approving the budget, we'll be approving the appropriation.
Okay. Any other questions?
Okay, I see how, okay, I get it. because we're approving the cost for the first year and approving the contract for all three.
Okay.
Correct.
So,
Needed to read it the third time before I got it. Sorry.
that's okay. All those in favor? 7-0. And just for the public's information, this was publicly heard back on February 2nd, the beginning of the morning. Okay.
Apparently I forgot.
I know, I said it earlier, but I want to say it again. Article 3, to see if the school district will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $24,160,377 for the support of schools, for the payment of salaries for the school district officials and agents, and for the payment of statutory obligations of the district. This appropriation does not include appropriations voted on in other warrant articles. I need a motion to recommend this article.
So moved.
So moved by Cindy, seconded by?
Second.
Are there any comments? I just want to say one thing that was pointed out by a budget committee member on February 2nd, that, you know, in general, this is a flat budget if you take out New Hampshire retirement and healthcare costs. So I want to commend the work of the budget committee and the administration and Kelly and her staff in putting together a $24 million budget that will meet the needs of our students, support our staff, and just continue to support the community members that take advantage of our schools, and also those members of the community who may not have students in the district, but who are helping to provide for their citizens. So that is all I wanted to say. A little speech there.
I just also want to point out that because we have a budget committee, this is the budget committee's budget based on input from the administration and the school board. So what we essentially are doing is being asked to approve the work of the budget committee. And the budget committee is the group empowered to look after the fiscal interests of our community.
Thank you, Tom. Is there any other comments? Okay, so call the vote. All those in favor? No opposed. 7-0-0. Motion's recommended. Article 4. Shall the district vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $997,899 as the Hollis Brookline Cooperative School District's portion of the SAU budget of $1,953,257 for the forthcoming fiscal year? This year's adjusted budget of $1,918,864 with the $980,328 assigned to the school budget of this school district will be adopted if the article does not receive a majority vote of all the school district voters voting in the school administrative unit. I need a motion to recommend. So Tom, seconded by Cindy. Okay, is there any other comments or discussion on this? Go ahead, Tom.
Andy, did you have any opportunity to benchmark us against any other SAUs? I know it's something that we were going to look into, but I don't know if there's been time to do it yet.
I have back some preliminary numbers that I have to work through. I reached out to Bow because they're similar to us, Pelham because they're a neighbor, Milford because they're a neighbor, Chester because there was conversation about Brookline having its own SAU and that would be a similar size. So I probably will be able to do more of that by March.
Okay. It's our hope that between now and when citizens will be asked to vote on this, that we will be able to give them some landmarks to judge, because I think it will show that the SAU is operating much more efficiently than some people claim. If you look at the work that they're required to do. In addition, there's some misinformation that has been presented recently at a number of meetings about growth and additions of staff. I find it interesting, some of the comments about how many districts have multiple assistant superintendents. When I went on the DOE website, I found out that we don't. We only have one. So I'm not sure where the data is being collected. I say that somewhat in jest to point out the fact that it's tough to get some good data on that, but I don't think that we're in an anomaly. But the benefit of doing so, we didn't create new positions, we transformed positions of our curriculum coordinator and our director of student services to recognize the credentials that our staff has and to exploit those credentials and allow us to operate in more places at any given time. And something that else was pointed out is that as assistant superintendents, the district's contribution to New Hampshire retirement system based on their salaries is actually at a lower percentage than if they had the less credentialed titles. So there's a financial benefit. It doesn't change what their retirement benefits are, but it changes the district's level of contribution based on their position. So there are operational and fiscal advantages to having those multiple assistant superintendents in our district.
Thank you very much, Sean. Well said. Well said, definitely. Is there anybody else? Again, I'd like to thank the group of individuals who worked on this. That's the SAU Budget Committee and the staff and business office at the SAU and administration. Am I missing anyone? That's pretty much who did that? Okay. Okay, so all those in, any other questions, comments? Okay, all those in favor? 7-0. Okay. Article, I've been texting with Drew in terms of petition warrant articles. They can be amended. SB2 cannot be amended. The tax cap can amend the percentage, and the cost items of the CBA cannot be amended. And the petition article that has language relating to curriculum can be amended. So, does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
From the moderator. And then I'm going to wait on Jim to find out about the articles of agreement and how that would go. So, okay. Article 5, discontinue athletic expendable trust. Shall the school district vote to discontinue the athletic expendable trust fund? Said funds and accumulated interest to date of withdrawal are to be transferred to the school district's general fund. A majority vote is required. Budget committee recommends this 6-1-0. I need a motion to recommend. So moved by Cindy.
Second.
Seconded by Beth. Thank you. Is there any comments on this?
I have a question.
Sure.
What happens if Article 5 is approved and Article 6 is not?
Hey, Tom, I'm old. Talk louder.
What happens if Article 5 is approved and Article 6 is not?
That's kind of a conundrum.
That's what I was just thinking.
You would have.
I believe you just, now any collected fees would then just go into the general fund directly?
You would have the same public hearing, because remember, we're a year in arrears from when we collect to when we spend. So this spring, you would make the motion to add it into the upcoming budget, and then you would have to figure out the solution for next year.
But
I think the money would just end up in the general fund, which is.
so we'd be back into that situation before we created this where there's a concern about mixing the money?
Yeah, when we used to complain that we spent our athletic funds for educational costs, and, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so are we ready to vote on this? All those in favor? Okay. Was that 7? Okay, 7-0.
It only took us 5 years to get rid of that.
Okay, so now we have Article, did you say something?
No.
Okay.
No.
Article 6. This room is so much fun to hold the meeting in.
Awful.
Establish athletics revolving fund. Shall the school district establish a non-lapsing athletics revolving fund in accordance with RSA 194:3-C to be funded by receipts from athletic participation fees and charges? Further, to raise and appropriate up to $50,000 to put into that fund for the purpose of supporting athletic programs in the district, with said amount to come from unassigned general fund balance resulting from the previously discontinued athletic expendable trust and participation fees collected in 2020 to 2021. The money received from athletic fees and charges shall be allowed to accumulate from year to year in this revolving fund and shall not be considered part of the general fund unassigned fund balance. Expenditures may be made from this revolving fund only for the purposes stated herein at monthly intervals or as needed without further approval of the legislative body. Majority vote required. Budget Committee recommends 7-0-0. I need a motion to recommend this article by Tom and seconded by Beth. So as presented. Thank you. Do we have any discussion on this? Okay, all those in favor? 7-0-0. Article 7. To see if the school district will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $115,000 to be added to the previously established school building and facilities maintenance expendable trust fund, the sum to come from the Hollis Brookline Cooperative School District's June 30th, 2021 unassigned fund balance available on July 1, 2021. The Budget Committee recommends this 6-1-0. I need a motion to recommend the article.
So moved.
Moved by Cindy, seconded by
Second.
Beth. Okay, so are there any conversations? Go ahead. No, it's fine, Tom, I'm fine. I just can't see, that's the problem.
You want my glasses?
No, I have to take them on and off. It's annoying.
I have in the past been in favor of this trust fund. However, lately, it seems to have become a tool for making the budget look artificially low by putting money in that you know you're going to spend. We're going to spend in the upcoming year, and it was my impression that the goal was to collect things for long-term future uses. So the amount that's proposed, a good portion of that is money that's going to go in and come right back out, and stuff that's been predicted. It's my feeling that this is not the intended purpose of of this fund.
Thank you, Tom. Is there anyone else who'd like to comment on this? No? Okay, at this point, I'd like to take the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? 6-1-0. Article 8. Why is that listed that way? Okay. To see if the school district will vote to establish a contingency fund for the current year for unanticipated expenses that may arise, and further to raise and appropriate up to $100,000 to go into the fund. This sum to come from the unassigned fund balance available on July 1st, 2021, and no amount to be raised from taxation. Any appropriation left at the end of the year will lapse to the general fund. The Budget Committee, it says the Budget Committee recommends 3-4-0, so they don't recommend this article. So I need a motion to recommend the article.
So moved.
Moved by Cindy, seconded by
Second.
Kate?
Sure.
Great, thank you. All right, is there any conversation on this one? No? Okay, seeing none, I'll take the vote. All those in favor? And opposed? Okay, so that's 5-2. Okay. Article 9. Shall the school district accept the provisions of RSA 198:20-B, providing that any school district at an annual meeting may adopt an article authorizing indefinitely until specific rescission of such authority, the school board to apply for, accept, and expend without further action by the school district unanticipated money from a state, federal, or other governmental unit or a private source which becomes available during the fiscal year. I need a motion by Tom, seconded by Beth. Okay. All those in favor? 7-0. And then, do we need to recommend this one? Do we have to vote on Article 10? Okay, I'm just going to do it. If Article 9 passes, this article is unnecessary to see if the school district will authorize the Hollis Brookline School Board, Cooperative School Board, to access future year state and federal special education aid funds in the event that special education costs exceed budget limitations. I need a motion by Tom, seconded by Beth. I don't think there's any discussion,
I
right?
just have a question.
Okay.
If Article 9 is passed,
This one's
what's-
unnecessary.
What, is it tabled, or what do we
It's
actually?
skipped.
It's skipped because it's contingent.
Yep.
That in and of itself says that it won't even be brought forward?
Right.
Right, it'd be skipped, and then
moderator
when
will
the
skip
meeting's closed, it's over.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so all those in favor? Okay, 7-0-0. Okay, Article 11, petition article. This was a petition article that we addressed at the last meeting. So, shall we adopt the provisions of RSA 32:5V-B requiring that the annual budget and all special warrant articles having a tax impact as determined by the school board shall contain a notation stating the estimated tax impact of the article. The determination of the estimated tax impact shall be subject to approval of the governing body. Budget committee recommends 070, meaning they didn't recommend it. I need a motion to recommend. Tom, seconded by
Second.
Beth. Is there any discussion on this one?
I just want to make it clear that I'm supportive of communicating tax impact, but I respect the fact that it's very difficult to have an accurate number at the time that the warrants are proposed, the warrant articles are proposed, and that, as the Budget Committee expressed, the concern about there being two numbers brought before the legislative body can be really confusing and bring about a certain level of distrust, and that's my reason for opposing it. I am supportive of us doing the work, but not of being required to post it on the warrant article.
I would agree with that, Tom. Is there anyone else?
Agreed.
Okay, so all those in favor? All those opposed? So it's 07. We don't recommend this one.
Yeah, just for clarity, are we going to follow past year's tradition when when the majority is to not recommend it, it'll say does not recommend by a vote of?
Yeah, so that's,
If you look at Article 8, that's what they did for the,
Yeah, they did with one, but not with the other.
yeah, so this, I mean, to be honest, I had just asked Kelly to throw on the budget committee recommendations right before I posted this, so I just don't think we went back and changed it to does not recommend. So, yeah.
So we will have,
Okay.
so
But
that'll
we'll-
be changed for the town
We
board.
will articulate what the majority
Set.
position is.
Yeah.
Correct. Thank you.
Okay. Petition Article 12, shall we adopt the provisions of RSA 32-5, RSA 32:5-B and implement a tax cap whereby the governing body or budget committee shall not submit a recommended budget that increases the amount to be raised by local taxes based on the prior fiscal year's actual amount of local taxes raised by more than 4%. I need a motion by Tom and seconded by Beth. Is there any discussion on this?
Yeah, of course.
No, I actually appreciate it a lot.
I think one of the greatest downfalls of this was illustrated in Brookline this year, and that is last year's budget was impacted by what I'll call a windfall that created an anomaly, and as a result, the cap in Brookline, which was thought to be a relatively exorbitant amount, ended up throttling their ability to put forth a budget that allowed them to support the schools as they thought was necessary, and in fact gave them a budget which was essentially the same as the default budget. Due to the weirdness of this year and regulations, they were allowed to amend that, but in normal years they would not. If it goes through, as it's purported, the legislative body can make a change, and even the school board can make a change, but what it basically says is you're taking the voice away from the budget committee. It does not allow them to make their honest recommendation of what a budget should be. And that's just wrong. If you don't like what the budget committee is doing, get rid of the budget committee, do whatever you want, but don't tell them to do their work and then ask them not to give you their best advice.
I don't think I could say it better myself, Tom. Excellent. Is there anybody else who could say it better?
I definitely can't say it better because I agree with that completely, but I'm all for being reasonable, and I don't, I agree that some of this has been unsustainable growth, and so I respect that concern, but putting a cap like this, not only do I not support it for what Tom said, they've seen too many times where years like this happen. I know this is a different year, not like this, but my first year on another school board, the state cut, it was $4 billion out of education, and we had to make cuts that we've never had to make, and we cut art teachers and librarians and things, and I don't want to ever be forced into a position without having some flexibility given the circumstances of a year to be flexible and have the best recommendations from a budget committee on how we manage, even in a bad year, because we're going to have bad years. So I don't support this, although I understand and appreciate it.
Great, thank you. Just one second. I just got a text that the video has stopped.
Check the plug.
Please don't kick us off.
Who kicked this off?